Oh man, when I tell you I'm about over crypto, I am seriously about over crypto. I am so cryptoed out. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I'm down to Crypto TA, your host, and we're in a hot mess. We're in a hot mess. All right, we're trying to hash out this 4 hour time frame. It looks it's close. It's close to some sort of a corrective move back to the upside here. But ugh, I don't even have the energy to tell you the truth. I almost didn't come in here and study anything. I just got started studying, and I wasn't even looking at crypto. I was in the stock market because this right here, ooh, ooh, I'm just not feeling it. All right, so what we got here? All right, you're already familiar with this bearish pattern right here because I shared this pattern right here on Tuesday. I may have even shared it on Monday. I'm not sure. Let me see. When was this picture? It's on the 26th. All right. Whatever 26 was. That was when this came about right here. And that's the pattern formation right through here, right? So I'm just down to looking at this one right here because we did break below it. We tried to get back inside of it. We were rejecting this candle right here that actually bounced off of the golden pocket and the this bullish order block in here. I think we come back down into this. Like this was in the wee hours, and I was up and I saw it because I wake up about 1 o'clock every morning. I'm just engineered that way right now. And yeah, you would have had to have been up early enough to catch this. And so I saw this happen right here, and it was, yeah, quick response. So I think we come back down into this candle right here. But the 4 hour is starting to look a little bit better. A little bit better. I did post up on Tuesday. I shared everything that I shared with you on the live on Tuesday, which some stuff hit, some things didn't. And before those things didn't hit, I did go on X and I did update and just let you know right here. It was just a quick Bitcoin update. Price really needed to hold the back test of the trend line from the breakout. So I'm going to put that line back on the chart, but you're all familiar with the little triangle formation that almost every analyst had on their chart, right? And it really had to hold that top side. And if it did not hold that top side, then please do not assume that when price drops down to fill the gap that you're automatically going to see another breakout. There's going to be some sort of a bounce because the bearish case was that if price broke that top trend line, that descending trend line from that triangle, that the 4 hour was underneath momentum. 4 hour was up under anything that gave it any sort of support. And it was just down from there. Like you could see if you know anything about momentum, because I'm a big momentum trader, that was it. That was it. So I had to go in and throw in that little update for you on the 28th. It was that night. I did it that night because it was just that important. It really was. It was just that important that this trend line right here held. Now, on Tuesday, when I did give you the update, I looked at the potential of the bounce from here. I also looked at potentially bouncing off of this trend line right here while stating it is a bearish formation. Okay. But later that night, when I started looking back at the chart, it was like, oh no, we can't do this check mark. Because I had it like this. So it was this one, get this bounce or come in and get this bounce from here. And then I looked at it and I was like, oh no, we can't do that. We can't do this one. And you can see how as soon as we lost that, we tried to come back in and back test it, and we started having some issues. And then this whatever this is right here, while everybody's sleeping, I don't know what that is, but that happened. But this, yeah, this was a you can X that out. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. And then when we did get the little bounce off of here, we didn't get much out of it. We just hit the tail end of this resistance right here and flopped over. And let me tell you something else too. As I don't need this anymore. You already got the details on that. I probably keep this, but I'm gonna hide that. All right. So one of the things I noticed too, because I'm looking at it, because the gap fill, right? Bitcoin was way ahead of CME. And I'm not talking about a small bit, I'm talking way ahead of CME. Way ahead. So when we started dropping in here and we got past filling the gap, CME was sitting there chilling, not even moving. And when we got to the point where we broke down here, CME still chilling. CME still had not filled in the gap completely. We're all the way down here, and CME is still sitting there. It's on pause. It's not even moving. That was the crazy part right there. Like, it wasn't even moving. So I was like, yep, I was on point about that one. Once we broke that trend line, that's it. That's it. This 4 hours looking like ass. Forgive me. 4 hours was looking terrible. There's some nice, rear ends out there. But yeah. 4 hours was not looking good at all. But it's trying. It's trying right now. Wow. I mean, just wow. Like this, just wow. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I mean, we were underneath everything over here in the 4 hour. When we lost that right there, that was it. That was it. And I could already see I could already tell the 4 hour was not going to do good. We were looking at these candles right here. And we were talking about that last 4 hour. And I was like, okay, we didn't get a good close. That's when we really get tested. And then we got that push up that we were looking at, which I wasn't even thinking that it was going to give that much, as much as it did. But it did on the 1 hour. I thought so. On the 15-minute, not so much. But I figured the 1 hour could, be our baby doll. That when it was all said and done on Tuesday, and then we got our Fed decision yesterday, which was expected. We expected 25 basis points. We got the 25 basis points, and here's where the market starts to act crazy, right? The market, and I have to say that JP was hawkish. JP was hawkish yesterday. And the market felt that, and it was the uncertainty around the third rate cut, because the markets had already factored in the 25 basis rate cut. We'd already factored that in for yesterday. But what we weren't anticipating was that third rate cut for this year not being on the table. Because JP said 3. He said 3. And he retracted that in his speech yesterday. And that is where the markets started to react. And then they're split. They're split. You got one person on the board who's saying no rate cuts. You got another person saying we need the 50. And JP probably really just doesn't even want to do it. And yeah, I mean, lack of data with the government shutdown, and who's to blame for that? I'm not sure. You saw the trending 53. 53 was the thing that was trending a couple of days ago, and apparently, Dems are the reason why the government's not opening. Okay, we need the 60 votes. We're not getting it. We got 53 Republicans. I don't know. I just know that I'm almost tired of this. I really am. And I'm not tired of it in the sense of being a trader. I'm tired of it in the sense of being an investor because it's different. Trading, while stressful, is fun. Like, you have fun, but when you are throwing money into these altcoins and they just keep bleeding against you, and Bitcoin keeps I don't know what Bitcoin is doing, but it's rather bipolar. It affects you, and so I feel affected right now, and I'm really just really almost over crypto. Anyway, so 4 hour is trying to make an attempt. It's still in relative weakness at the moment. That little bounce right here did bring it up ever so slightly, but we still haven't crossed specific thresholds that we need to cross here on the 4 hour time frame. And like I said, I do think that we will come back down here into this golden pocket, into this order block, and then we'll see what happens once price gets back down here for the second time. And if we start to consolidate in here, that could be what we need. I'm gonna tell you something else I think we need, and this is gonna hurt, is we really need that drop down to around that 100 to that $95,000 region. We need it. If we get that drop down there, and I understand, well, I almost feel like talking about something else at the same time. We need that drop. We need that drop down here. We get the drop down here, I can see how it rebalances the market. It's hard for me to show it to you visually, or even just try to explain it to you. But just based on what I'm seeing in the charts, we really need that drop down to here. As much as I don't want it, as much as you don't want it, as much as it's going to affect your altcoins, Bitcoin needs to drop here. And maybe dominance does something different at the time when Bitcoin gets that drop, but Bitcoin needs to drop into here. So if your biggest bag is Bitcoin, this is what you need. This is what you need. Price to drop in is here. It's going to balance the charts out, because right now the chart is imbalance and needs to be balanced back out, and it does that by getting that drop around that 100 to that $95,000 level. And from there, I could see Bitcoin getting a bounce back up to the top side, breaking the all-time high, breaking this high right here. But this is a requirement first. Otherwise, we'll just keep hitting this wall in here, because there's a huge imbalance in this area right here. It's just a big imbalance. And I haven't talked about imbalances in a long time. That used to be one of my stipulars why I'd say not going to work, because the market is totally imbalanced. But we need that drop into here. So at the moment, until this drop happens in here, the top is in. I'm saying it out loud now. The top is in. The top is in until we get that drop. And I've heard other analysts, not your regular YouTube guys. These are your Wall Street guys, your big money, say Bitcoin's never going under 100,000 again. Never going under 100,000. That's when you know it's going under 100,000. It's going. It's never going. You're never going to see that price again. Yeah, well, Bitcoin actually needs to go down there. It actually needs to go there. Otherwise, the only other thing it can do, to be honest with you, is some spectacular news comes out and we get one of these CZ candles right here to the upside. So we either drop into here and we rebalance, or we get some crazy Binance chart candle that sends us all the way up to the unknown, and then that balances the chart out. And this seems a lot easier right here. Or we can just chop here for the next several months and bore everybody out. Just tight range through here. We've been in this range right here. We've been in this. What's it been? 19 bars, 19 days in here. So almost a month. I mean, we can sit in here for another couple of months maybe. Otherwise, we have to get that God candle or that drop. I had a repo account, right? I call it repo. I tried to change the name yesterday to fuck around and find out. I couldn't figure out how to change it because that's what I've done with that account. Like, I have completely obliterated it. It would have been gone anyway if it was sitting in the altcoins that I had it sitting in at the time, especially on the 10th when we got that terrible, disastrous candle. That it would have all been gone anyway. It's not gone right now. It's down big time. And that's why I named it repo, because it's supposed to be me taking projects that were already killing my spot account and then trading it and bring that account back up. But I just started BSing yesterday and didn't really care. And it showed. It showed. So, yeah, that's what I've been playing around with. Almost got stopped out of my long position, the one that I did keep open. I came a few dollars away from hitting me when we got this candle right here. And so it was the long that I took from here. Yeah, it was the long that I took from here. And so it came a few dollars, couple of dollars from hitting my stop. I went ahead and I was like, because I had not taken any profit throughout this whole run up on that one. I was just sitting in that one, hoping that we were just going to go higher on that. I traded it twice, so I had already took profit from the first one, so I wasn't really focusing too much on that one. I did TP finally. It's just way down here. But anyway, that's another story. Yeah. So I mean, not impressive. Not impressive. This is almost a bear flag now. You know, we already were looking at the rising formation as well, but this looks berry. This looks berry. That's what that looks like. Like a hockey stick. That's what it looks like. Yeah, don't like it. But we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens in here. See if we can't hold this low in here, which is the golden pocket, or, you know, really, to be honest with you, it has to hold a golden pocket. That's something I wanted to say to you. It has to hold a golden pocket. If it's not holding the golden pocket, you would be at best hoping for a wick into the 786. But the probabilities decrease dramatically or increases dramatically. Probabilities increase dramatically that we get down to here if that golden pocket does not hold price action up. So that was something that I was checking this morning to see for the stream, and that is a bet. That is a bet that if we're not holding that golden pocket, which again is drawn off of this wick right here into that high. If we're not holding that, then we got problems. So do yourself a favor, which is why I took the 786 off. I took the 786 off of here completely. That's similar to what I said to you back over on the, and I'm going to go over there to the 1 hour chart, something that we talked about on the 1 hour chart on Tuesday as well. So it's very similar to that. So I just took the 786 out of here because there's no need in looking at it, because if you're not holding this golden pocket, when it's all said and done, big trouble for Bitcoin. And I'm looking at that from the weekly time frame. The weekly time frame. It suggests that this is a must. This golden pocket is a must hold. And if not, then the times that we knocked on this zone right here, it's over. All right. And I have that here, which is why I was over here on this chart looking at it. It is important. I didn't take the 786 off right here, but I need to. But like I said, the best you can hope for is that it wicks and holds the same way. We're not losing the top side of this cloud, because if not, then I mean it increases the chances that this is where we come to, that this is us in here. And then if we get in here and we don't bounce, then this becomes us down here in our bear zone, you know, really saying that the top is in, really be saying the top is in. So that's what it boils down to right now. Once you're under here, it's bear market time. It's the bear market targets that we highlighted here on the chart. That's what we'd be looking at. And we've done really good throughout there, throughout here. But we did drop back inside the cloud. So in here, it's still not bad. That's why I say if we get in here, we can reset things and then or balance the chart. We get balance. And then we can come back up here to take out this right here. But we'll never know right now. Until this is gone, we lose this, then I'm just looking down here and that's it. Like I said, held it in here, that was cool. Held it in there, that was cool. Back test there, that was cool. Back test here, that was fine. And this is where we're coming up above it at this point. So this is us down here at our bear market lows here. This is us rising up above this cloud here, and from there we respect it all the way through. So once we start respecting it, then we'll be looking for those bear market lows. So we'll fall through. Let's take another look back here. I think this is the end of this might have been the end of bear market right here or something to that effect. Anyway, we're up. We come in. We did slightly get a little bit of a dip over right here. Quick reclaim, so that was nice. And then you got your bounce, and then you lost it, and then you start back testing it as resistance. And yeah, so here we are. So we lose it. I mean, We know what we'll be looking for if we do lose it. I'll probably do a subscribers only stream for such a big occasion, something like that. I did say I was going to make that one of my things that I will do. So let's see how we do if we're coming back into this golden pocket right here, which would make a lot of sense in my opinion. I still see some things are off on the 4-hour time frame as I'm looking at it. But it's definitely under development. So we'll see how it goes in here. Let me zoom out a little bit here. At this point, I'm done focusing on the market right here. This is, I think this is where we are on Tuesday, and I kept looking at different things. This was our must hold on Tuesday. Right here, I must hold. Because if we lost this, then it was over. And I wasn't expecting all of this right here to happen. The rest of this happened, and it came from the 1-hour time frame, because the 15-minute didn't suggest that it would be this sporadic, but it was. All right. When we got that must hold taken care of. And I'm going to go in and delete all of this. And so as we were coming down, rejected out of this one right here. When I posted on it on X, I was looking at this order block right here, holding as resistance. We broke through it, so I looked up and then I captured this one right here, and so that's where the rejection happened at. The final phase, final bounce up and just complete nuke, because we got here. I put an X there, didn't work. Got here, didn't work. Tried a little bit in here because I remember taking a long right here. It's just scalping the market. And yeah, I got stopped out on that one. I was in profit, but it didn't reach the target. So I'm always looking for a 3-to-1, and it came and stopped me out. So that was it on that one. And yeah, didn't work. And then that's the part where I start going to these lines, and I'm like, I really don't care at this point. I really don't care about Bitcoin at this point. And voila, with that little rejection there, trying. It's madness. It's madness. But I know once you get under here, to just stop playing around with it. I've been telling myself stop playing around with it. Once we get up under the cloud, it's not really much to play around with, other than looking for scalps. But yeah, it's not really worth playing around with too much. I like to be above it. So I'm gonna go back and clean this chart up here. This is us on the 15-minute time frame. Trying to hold in here. Let's see what else we have in here. What else do we have in here that might be supportive to price action right now? Don't really see anything. I think that we're like pretty much under everything for the most part. I don't have any structure in here other than for me to turn on, which I don't have on at the moment. Let me at least put this one on. Okay, so it looks like we might be holding that. What do I have in here that I need to? Yeah, I went in and deleted all of our lines and all that good stuff. But this is about it right here. Will be the support from this signal right here. There really is nothing in here, which means that it either we can look at the 50. We can look at the 50. It either holds, flips up to 50, and runs back up. Nice little candle, I would have to say here on it. So that's this indecision candle down here at the lows of the cloud. That's not bad right there. That little indecision candle. So flipping back up to 50, it looks like on the 15-minute time frame. I didn't really care for the MACD. I don't care for the Bollinger at this point. I think we need to stay zoomed out, but maybe a little small bounce in here, something like that. possible. Otherwise, and I know we're waiting on that golden pocket on that 4-hour time frame. I'm just going to put that there, and then we'll see in case it doesn't want to eat into that entire wick on the 4-hour time frame. Rejection there. Yeah, and this is. I think we were looking at. I think this was on here on Tuesday. I think it was. Yeah, I think we had already seen the cloud do this kind of ice cream scoop thing. This is when you're going in, and this is when you're putting the ice cream in the cone, probably. Anyway, my analogies. Yeah. Oof. If I sound like I'm out of it, I am out of it. I'm so over crypto. It's not really sitting on anything other than what I could see from the 15 minutes. So just, yeah, other than that, I just think it's better to just wait until we break something. We need to break something. We're not breaking anything right now. We were putting in. I did take a position on this 1 hour. I did. It was after the fact. I jumped back on my FAFO account, which I haven't, my repo account until they let me change it. That's the title of it. I jumped back on that. It was well after this dump and into this pump right here. I did take a little position, which I was gauging off of the 15-minute time frame. That actually just got stopped out. I'm sitting here talking and running my mouth, and I'm seeing it happen in real time, but I'm talking and running my mouth. So I did jump in because of this right here, because it was the first change of behavior that I could spot. So if I'm looking in here, let me make sure I put that in here correctly. But it was the first change of behavior that I could spot, and you can't see it in here, but let me see. Put this on. You can see this right here. It was the first time throughout here, and this doesn't count because it was already it had already moved up from down here. But it was the first time that the RSI had came above that trigger signal right there. And so I jumped in on the long position on that right there, just because it was a change of behavior. So if anything, like I said, the 4 hours trying to work itself out. The 1 hour does have a pump incoming. I can see all of that in this chart right here. So a pump to the upside is incoming. So 1 hour with the 4 hour together, that'd be a nice little push up for anybody who's probably stuck or something like that. Somebody who's interested in taking a short, whatever your desires are for the market right now for Bitcoin. If Bitcoin is your thing, there is a pump coming on the 1 and the 4 hour. Very visible. So throughout here, let me turn that back on. Throughout this situation right here, you can see the bear divs on the rise here on the RSI. So just putting in the bear divs through here, which is why I wasn't interested in even attempting to touch it, because the market is coming down. So none of the bullish divergence is actually playing out. If there was any to be had, maybe between here and here, it's where it starts to kick in. Yeah, so got the bull divs right there, the bull divs here, and then the first change of behavior took place right there. So I did jump into a long on that. Stopped out at the 20 SMA, stopped out at the top side of the dynamic cloud. Still holding above here though, so that's a good thing. It could just be a back test on this drop down right here. So just a little bit of a back test, maybe just as much into that golden pocket that I just drew over there on the other time frame. So let me just put that here, and we'll see. See that it could be that. See how that goes with that. Just like the last time, if you were here and you were watching, you can see how momentum plays and things like that. But that could be the case, and then comes back up. Turn this off for a sec, and I know we got to stop out at that 20 SMA. I just wanted to see. So yeah, maybe just back into here at standard deviation 2. Standard deviation 2 with the squeeze incoming, because we already have the squeeze on that lower Bollinger indicator. So now it looks like we could be starting to squeeze in here finally on the actual Bollinger Band indicator on chart, and then bounce away. So that could be the thing. I'm just going to do it like this, something to look for. And let's just assume we come back up here and take that out. Or let's just go for a 3-to-1. And yeah, let's go for a 3-to-1. I'm gonna leave everything just like it is, like so, like that. You would probably want to cut it sooner. So this isn't financial advice or anything like that. Let's just say that this is the case right here. And it's a 1.55% risk right there. So you don't have to throw all your eggs in one basket. Small position, less than what you would normally do. Potentially scale into it to change your entry point or to decrease your risk a bit in here. And yeah, that could be, it could be something like that. And you can see the number over here, because I just want to change this this indicator that I'm using right here. I want to put in I just wanted to do this instead. Go in and modify. I better turn this around. So we can see how that goes. And we know the golden pocket is right here. And just draw that one in one more time and probably box it off. Let's see. Yeah, just box it off. Do it from here. I'm not going to try to be perfect with it. Let's see. I'm going to try to be perfect with it. I want to be a little bit over on it. Just going to label it so we know what it is. Right. So we know that that's what it is. So we'll wait around and see how that manifests here on the 1 hour time frame for Biddy. So waiting on that. Take a look here at CME. Okay, that's interesting. So initially on CME, we had the trend line in here, which had both of them really. This one here, which was a back test of that rejection off of the, I guess you can say this wedge formation in here. So, and this was where we came down, and I was like, we have to hold this line right here. You can see how CME did bounce up, and then it broke down on it. And it was dragging behind in terms of what Bitcoin was doing yesterday. A lot of times when you blast straight through a fib, especially the golden pocket, you'll come back and you'll treat it as resistance. I call them an inverse fib at that point. Inverse golden pocket. So you break through, you come back, you back test it. And it can be resistant. So that's pretty much what we got here. CME. And I remember saying to you that these could fill faster than Bitcoin, and they did. These were filled way before any of the dumpage happened. So, we left a small bit open here on Ethereum at the time, but we completely filled in anything that was here for Solana. Solana got filled instantly in Solana. You see still low liquidity in here. But, yeah. Our low participation in here on Sol, on the CME. But that one filled in pretty quick. And Solana's been doing really good. We're holding around that 190, 180, we'll say 188. So it's been doing really good. We're holding, for the argument's sake, we'll say 190. It's been doing really good. We're holding 190. I did share a clip on that, and you can see why 190 is particularly interesting for Solana. So if you're looking to get in, that would be your one place to get in. That's going to be that 190. And if it's not the 190, then you want to be looking down around 170. I think it's like 174. I'll show you here. So you can see right here, we have the moving average right here. This is why several times when you look on the lower time frame, you'll see Solana was actually bouncing from here. So it's actually 189. And on the on my QTD indicator, it's also hinting at 189 as the level that Solana is going to need to hold in here. So if it loses that, then I would start to look down here at this 173 because it has bounced from here one time before. So this is your weekly time frame, and this is the resistance as well. So I did highlight that out on X, that Solana is hitting the resistance. I also highlighted what something that we used to cover quite a bit in here on the chart, which was Solana Ethereum dominance chart and the Solana BTC chart. Whenever I would look at Sol, I would share those as well. And what you're going to find with Solana is what we talked about before, was that Solana was at resistance against Ethereum. Now it's trying to hold the support level in here. So it did get the rejection back down here into the support level. And that's why at times you're going to find when Ethereum is pumping, Solana is not performing as great because technically it did hit that resistance against Ethereum. And it's hitting resistance at this undertone right here as well. And we talked about the fact that it has this squeeze on it since back in here, has a squeeze on it. And then we did also look back at when it had a squeeze prior and just about how long it took for that to play out. So it did take several weeks, and it has been several weeks already on this one right here. And the cloud is rising on it. So we're going to see Solana could continue down into one of these right here, the same way we caught Solana when we first caught it, and we realized, okay, it's at support, or I was really looking forward to actually tap into this level right here. We didn't get it, but this is when we first started talking about Solana Solana coming into that support and being able to perform. And it did, Solana did pretty good in here, but it still just seems like Solana's ranging, in my opinion. With this cloud rise, it makes me uncertain that it's actually going to get this break to the upside just yet. It's not doom and gloom. It just, makes me less hopeful. But it is still trying to hold the support in here. So we'll see. This isn't the end all be all. It can invalidate a cloud rise. Right now it is underneath it and with the squeeze, but yeah. So when Solana pumps, Ethereum is at pause. When Ethereum pumps, Solana's at pause. So if Ethereum starts back pumping, then we might actually lose that level and come down further here on Solana. So just know that Solana, while right now it is holding that that 190, it lose that 190, and Ethereum starts pumping, and be looking down here about 173, 174, something like that for it. That can get you back down here too. Like I said, that can get you back down here to this trend zone. Get you back down there. Yeah. So once that's broken, once that is broken, we bounced out of this one a few times. So I started working on seeing price come into this one, but we have been pretty solid. I'm trying to take the candle wicks away. It has been pretty solidly holding this zone in here, which again, like I said, 190. You're looking to get into Solana and don't think it's going to drop any further than 190 is a good place to get in. 190, 198. Okay, 198 if you can get 198. And so if it stops holding here, and I'll be looking at this zone through here. Again, it tapped at 189 right there, 186. That's this block right here, and that's because it bounced out of here a few times. This is the only point where it had like a significant swing, so this is really key. Had a significant swing from there. Otherwise, see if this right here can't see if this right here can't become relevant again. It's kind of old. This puts you down at that 170. That 173 I'm talking about, 174. This would put you down there though. But you got some places that you can actually look. Let me delete this. You got some places you can actually look in here. And I highlighted these yellow because, well, this one really wasn't an order block. It's just a place where I saw price reacted a few times. So that was key there. And then this one would just basically be, I'm just going to put it to that body. So it's a pretty, I didn't need to do that. Something like that. Let me change the color on this. So that's what you'll be looking at here on Solana. Just looking back at Ethereum right now, Bitcoin real quick. All right. see Ethereum. I think Ethereum I had to start looking at, like we got that trend line through here. And we did look at this on Tuesday. Had that. So we did look at this on Tuesday because we talked about breaking this momentum line right here where that could lead us down here to this one and this one. And then there's one other one that's all the way down here as well. And this one's a little closer to where your VWAP is sitting at. So there's this one down here. But so far, things have played out. Well, we have dropped down here towards this this momentum line here, which is this right here. So just, you know, it looks far worse on the 15-minute time frame. It looks absolutely far worse. I'm trying to understand why I have this line in here. I don't know why that line is there. Probably, I have no idea. Why is this line here? Interesting. But it just looks far worse on the 15-minute time frame. But you know how the little triangle formation was across all assets, basically. Like so, it's just coming back down here towards the low of that. And I can't zoom out far enough to show you why that trend line is there, but it's there. So. Because I didn't do this the way I did Bitcoin, where where I would have propped this onto it, trend line like that across it. I didn't do that. But now you got momentum lines to the downside that have started to build up to look for breaks back up above. So since we have all seen all of this right here, I might just go ahead and let's prep it. Make sure with this one. I just wanted to be sure on that. See exactly where I need to place this at. Let's make the line solid. And I'll leave that one here for now, at least until we, you know, if we break it down, or you know, break down here or break up above this one right here, and then we'll be looking to reach into here. And we do have a bullish order block. Sorry, bearish order block right in here. We will have a bearish order block right in here as well on a push up, and then also in here as well on a push up. Okay, we got quite a bit of stuff in here. It might be easier just turn on Lux Algo at this point. A 15-minute trying to bounce again on Bitcoin. I'm gonna just sit out, other than the little bit that I have left on that that long from earlier, whatever week it was, last week, last week, my long from last week. Gonna hold on to that, and just if it bounces, then I have that. Otherwise, I'm looking for that golden pocket tap. So this is something that you can look for on Ethereum. You know, either come in and touch it fully or push up, break up. I don't think that there was anything else in here really for me. Oh, I think, um, I mean, we got our weekly, well, our daily levels in here. We come back and top our daily. It looks like we did. These are just the order block stuff that I've been watching in here, and we did get a small little bounce off of it, but um, basically we're just doing our daily levels. Unlock it, drag it out. Drag it out too far. Friday. I don't have that many more to go. This is me trying to be 100% prepared. Like, if you come with some chicanery, I'm ready. So, just back and forth, back and forth. So basically just still range. I'm gonna go ahead and do away with this. Which I could have probably did it like that. So it's still, like the other one. So it's still slightly over. In fact, you know what? Let me just let me check this line. I'm gonna redraw it in. Sometimes we don't have all the data, right? Sometimes we don't have all the information we think we have. We need. This is just a zone. You don't have to do this. It's really just a zone. And if you rather the zone, I can tell you. So that's 430, 4336.44 to 4182.41 here at the top side here, that zone right there. And then you have the one that's down here, which is 3842.97 down to 3734.20 right there on this one. And that's basically what price has been moving in between here for Ethereum. So if I turn that off, hide that, and basically just do it like that, you can see that that's pretty much been us in here, up there, down here, and just in this range right here. On the larger scale, yeah, I mean, yeah, this is us right now, just in this zone right here. This is it. And this is garbage of a pattern, to be honest with you. Like, this is like looking at it from the line perspective, I'd probably be like, no thank you, no thank you to this. Let me see. It's like an inverse triangle. That's what it looks like, an inverse triangle. That's what we got. So these lines really don't mean much right here. Just in this zone or in this zone right here, honestly. Are still putting in higher lows. That's for certain. Still putting in higher lows, so that's good. Maybe this can flatten out at some point. I don't know. Right now. Mm. I don't think it's worth really paying too much attention to. Just watch the zones here for Ethereum. All right, back over here to Biddy. I had the breakfast of champions this morning. I had a bowl of cold cereal. And now I'm drinking my warm coffee, which is starting to get cold. I feel better than I did on Tuesday, but I was sick on my stomach on Tuesday really bad, and yesterday too. Really sick on my stomach, but I'm feeling better. All righty. And we already know that this is the golden pocket here also. The golden pocket. This was a golden pocket tap here also, okay? So if it gets in here and it doesn't look like it's going to bounce away from here, I mean, it can be cut, or you can scale and say, I think we're okay. You get back here into this other golden pocket. I'm going to add a little bit more there because it may be something that you would need to scale into. Just start small. And if it bounces from here and you started small, then oh well. Small win. Okay? Small win. Win is a win. Freaking Zcash. It's about the only thing right about now. But it's this thing is, I don't know. I'm still sitting out of it. But I did update on Zcash, like I said. I'll get into that here in a sec. Actually, while Bitcoin is still toddling, doodling around right there. I remember we were here in Zcash and we got the bounce up. We took out the bearish order block that was in here. And the idea was Zcash comes back. We were looking for it to hold the order block that was in here and get a bounce away from this order block without taking out the low. Well, that didn't happen. You can see what happened. So I had to go in and update on that and say, hey, this order block right here is coming into play here for Zcash. And this was also in do that. This is also in confluence with, I'm just going to jump to the 2 hours just to make it easy. This is also in confluence with in here on the top side of the cloud. So you can see how we're not getting any closures through there, but just kind of like a dibby dabby back into it. You can't, not from here. But yeah, it was a little pop this head back into there on the 2 hour time frame. So I was looking at. Now, I don't like this right here, but it hasn't proven itself to be anything just yet. But Zcash is at the top. Look at this double top in here. And Zcash is. I'm looking for Zcash to come into here. And that's what I'm looking for. Price to come down into here for now. But anyway, I digress. I came in and updated and said, hey, order block in here. And then I had the other levels through here, order blocks, and knocked out all of those except for this one right here. So that's what we're kind of starting to see, this little double top in here off the larger time frame, or squeeze this in. Starting to see that through here. So this here. And then these were some of the new ones that it printed, but it actually came back in and tapped this one right here and fueled itself off of this one. I just kind of stopped after that, stopped caring about crypto altogether. You got one down in here, which is relatively close to coming back into here. So your 2 hour time frame could be time frame to watch. We're not making our way down into that golden pocket just yet on Bitcoin. Okay. So the 2 hour could be something to watch. I think the 2 hour was also, 3 hour is something, 3 day. Watching 3 day on Bitcoin right now. I think the 3 day time frame is the chart to watch for bearish continuation or bullish. Let's go with bullish continuation. Yeah, I think I was watching the 3-day for bullish continuation. Yeah, I was watching the 3-day for bullish continuation. Your weekly is all you need for your bearish continuation. But yeah, the 3-day for bullish continuation, kind of pop over to your 3-day time frame and analyze that. But yeah, Zcash. I mean, if it breaks it, it breaks it. It's still at resistance. I won't be putting my money into it, but it's been one of the things that you could probably have bet on instead of playing around with Bitcoin, because I don't know what Bitcoin is doing. It's just, yeah, I don't like Bitcoin right now. I know that much is true. The Zcash not bad. So we looked at Solana, we looked at Ethereum, Zcash. I told you I'm looking at the Zcash. I'm really thinking that Zcash can get down into here right now. It's not proving anything to me just yet. But like I said, let's see on this daily. No, not the daily. Go back to the 4. Yeah, the 4-hour. Now it will have some support coming down through here. Probably could bounce off of the cloud if it comes down into it. But let's just assume this is a double top in here, and I think this is actually the top right here. Let's just assume that this is a double top for it. And you can see how petty those time frames are when you look at these little boxes in here. Yeah. Whereas this one right here, it mimics, it catches these highs through here. But assuming that this is a double top and we're looking for prices to get a measure move down, it's actually below that. Okay, so it's actually below this 282. So I mean coming back into this, I mean you got these highs in here. It really does line up, mesh a lot better with this 230 because you got this low through here. 230. Let me draw a fib on that. All right. So put it under the 786, and I don't think anybody, y'all, Zcash Moon Boys for being here to buy this up as soon as if it was to drop into that weekly level with this golden pocket right here, 282. It's a lot of confluence in there. There's a lot of confluence right here too. So maybe not see it come down here to this low here, because it starts to get speculative to the downside if it comes down to here. So maybe just back into here. You can pick it up right here. I think that would be cool. But if it is a double top and we look for the measure move to play out, that might be the rollover of Zcash. That could be the rollover for Z. It don't mean a thing. They got the swing. I don't need this anymore. I'll probably still use that maybe, but you can put in your momentum lines through here. Let me see if that has something that matches up with that golden pocket. Yeah, it's perfect bounce. Okay, yeah. So yeah, just back into here could be the thing for it. And maybe, this doesn't happen, or this could be what catches people off guard. Maybe it bounce back up, rejects, and then comes down here to finish this off. Roll over. Let's see, I'm gonna leave this in here. Almost move that from that line though, because it did kind of like leave a little bit of a wick in there. And then you got a new momentum line through here. So I mean, you can turn on moving averages so you don't have to sit here and draw out these lines. But you only got 2 anyway. You come down here and this is a miss. You'd be looking for this golden pocket to be hit. That weekly level to be hit. 282. Let me drag this out. Sorry. Since I'm here. Pull this out to Friday. So I don't have to look at it again. And this is mapped out all the way towards where the absolute low would probably be in a bear market. So that's why that looks that way. And I probably got something in here I need to add. I haven't looked at the weekly time frame to see if there was something new in here I needed to add for Zcash. So while I flip us back over here to the Bitcoin chart, and let me actually just turn the candle color off to kind of help a little bit with making it easier for you to see, because I can see it. I'm gonna leave it like this. I'm gonna jump over here without disturbing the piece and see if I can't, if there's something else I needed to do in here on this chart. And sure enough, there is. Sure enough, there is. How about that? Got two weekly levels in here, two brand new ones. Let me clone, unlock. It wasn't even actually a zone. There's just two lines in here I had to add to the Zcash chart. All right, so that's done. I'll actually zoom out on this chart once we start to tap into here. If we start to tap into here. Delete these old ones. So looking for this to hold, basically looking for neutral to hold. So even if it breaks over this 40, you want to see it flip back up, that would ignite a push up. Here for Bitcoin. Take a look at USDT dominance. We did hit our box that day. I mean, that was back when, though. I mean, we knew we hit resistance anyway. It was still with the chance to potentially go up. It's not over yet. Not yet. Not yet. Oh boy, that's some pretty good earnings. Earnings call results or whatever. Google is Google is pumping right now. Like yesterday, it popped up. It closed at 275. I don't know how high it went. It may have hit like 300. I know right now it's like 294 after earnings. Like looking pretty juicy. I'm waiting on that pullback though. So I got an area that I'm looking at here for Google to see if I want to take an entry on that. Um, I opened up a Netflix position, but I'm not sure if I want to stay in or if I want to kill it. Starting to look a little descendy, but so I might just drop it. I may just drop it. Gold did what we were looking for gold to do. Now gold looked like it might be ready to pop. Now you know what that means for Bitcoin if gold pops. You know, while I'm talking, yeah, gold. Like I was trying to postpone this talk right here, but you know, the other day we were talking about Tuesday. We talked about gold, and we looked at the chart, and I was like, oh, okay, so it's bouncing off of these highs right here. I was like, well, can it either get up here into the 10 EMA and potentially come back in here and back test the 26, right? So that's what we got. We came into the 10. We got a little bit of a rejection right here. You can see off of that candle right there with that wick on the bottom there, and then we pushed back in and we tapped into our next our 26 right here. And so now you see this right here. You see this tightening? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. If it just flips this puppy back over, just flips it back over, we can start this again. Now, I know we're looking, not saying that it has to come up here and take out this high. That's not what I'm saying, but it doesn't have, like if anybody's looking for a continuation down on gold, it doesn't have structure on the daily time frame just yet. So we do want to see some sort of a pivot or something like that on that chart. So we do, and I showed you this the other day too. Like we do want to see something like that, if you know, to have some sort of a pivotal structure in here. Like I don't like just straight down, straight up. You need to have some sort of a pivot or something. So it should come back up and not just keep, you know, the ship keeps sinking, right? But this is starting to look really, really good at this point. It's really looking good. Now it has to execute. Get up above here. You know, because I was like, okay, do this. Maybe we just come back in here to back test this trend line right here. That was also a possibility to come back in here and back test that, but the rejection happened. But this is looking so nice right here for gold. So I almost considered that yesterday, gold position, but because I'm finally out of which is sad. I finally closed out my Nvidia long position I took over on BTCC, and then it kept pumping up more after I closed it out. But I was good. With where I took profit at. I didn't want to end my day sitting in it overnight again because I can't touch it on BTCC. They closed the stock market. Any of the stock pairs they closed, which is stupid because I'm using USDT. And there is after hours trading, right? So why do you have to cut it off? I don't understand that part, but that is. And one day I hope that they get isolated and not just cross. But the cross is cool for now. Just keep my position size light. So I'm sparing myself from taking any big hits, which really good projects, good companies. You do well with. But this is starting to look good over here. If gold flips this right here, this is looking pretty nice. Looking pretty nice. So just give gold a little bit of time, see if it wants to work itself out. Over here, holding the top side of the dynamic cloud, and here also on the daily time frame. We had already looked at the fact that it was the what I've been using over here has been the Bollinger, of course, for the breakdown right here. For our breakdown from our broadening, because it all lined up. So just kind of watching that, and then the SD1 right here, tagging along on the SD1. You know you're bearish, actually. Like, this is just corrective at the moment, especially with stocks. The further out you zoom on a time frame, you'll see that they will rarely interact with SD2. They'll rarely get a standard deviation to move, especially the larger your time frame is. You won't see that too often on larger time frames. So it's looking pretty good right here. And this isn't a large time frame. This is just a daily. But it's looking pretty good so far. So yeah, support it there. Support it from the indicator. Looking pretty good. And this is where I started to actually take that when it dropped back in here yesterday. I started to get long on gold, but I chose to do Netflix. I chose Netflix because Nvidia had not got a pullback just yet. So I'm still waiting on Bitcoin because it's still just chilling. It's still chilling right now. Still chilling right now. So that's what I'm looking at here for gold, and you can see what that number is right there. Or I mean, just you can just look at these lows in here. Just look at these lows in here. Gold just hitting that resistance. Those from the prior low. That's it right now. So it's not always easy trying to come back up. So that's what I'm looking at in here. Gold. I'm also looking at Netty. So you can see Netflix. I'm trying to stay afloat with the idea. This is the reason why I entered the position anyway, because it kept holding out through here. But I don't know. I mean, you can say this is a descending triangle here on this end. I was kind of hoping for more like an inverse head and shoulder. It has come down significantly, so I was looking at that here on it. If I just zoom out a little bit, actually, let me see, because I've been monitoring. What's I'm monitoring? See, it's a 2-hour right here. All right. All right. So those are my notes. I can move my notes to the side. Those are my notes for me. But this is starting to descend out a little bit too much in here for me. So I'm brushing this idea off right here. It does look a little bit descending, like a descending triangle in here, but it had been holding the lows in here. So I've been focusing on this range through here on Netflix. Now I do have, and I did post, and I stated this right here, and this was the day before I made my decision on whether or not I wanted to go ahead and enter and see how it was going to behave. That I would get really interested if it did something like this right here. So this is just a golden pocket. It has this ascending trend line through here as well that connects through it. And so I like that idea right there for that. Also, there is a moving average that it has bounced off of before, sitting right here as well. That's why this dot is in here, because that moving average is sitting down through here. So I'm liking everything throughout this 50% retracement down here into the golden pocket retracement right here. I'm liking everything down through here, and also the corrective measure. The corrective measure is pretty decent also here for it. If I zoom out a little bit more, let's go into daily. So let me just hide this. have this channel through here also. So that drops into here, into this zone here also. And like I said, the um, momentum trend lines through here. You got one there and you got one here. I'm not really looking below this area right here, but I just had to put this in here for say, and you can see how things turned out, surprise, and so that's why you got to gap down. But from the high to the low in here, so far, it's done like 19%, which would be on point. Like it usually does about 20 something. Here recently, it was doing like it did like 20 something right in there. 15, 12, 15. This was 28. So I'm banking on at least about a 20 something percent pullback on it. So if it did something like that, then you can see it has room to come down into here. It has plenty of room to do this and for it to make sense, you know. It wouldn't be any different from anything else that's already done. But of course, if it breaks a little behind below here, then I'm cutting it and I'm gonna sit down for a sec and think about it. And so far, it's been holding somewhere around that 1,097 dollar, and then it keeps coming up and it keeps hitting that resistance right there. So, which is here, comes up and it hits that resistance. So you're catching these wicks off of this side right here. But anywhere between here, maybe I take 1, 2, 3 losses or something like that. Maybe. I'm already not looking for much in here, just to get in and get out. But take a small hit probably and reassess if it feels the low zone I'm looking at right now. But this is not bad in terms of how far it has dropped off of its highs already. Off of this right here, off of this gap, which you can see coming a mile away. That's like 11, and just a regular pullback is something like a 15. So that's about the same thing through here. Maybe coming down here into this moving average right here. And what I found about this right here with Netflix, let me see. I think I'm on a weekly when I'm looking at this situation in here, right? See, I'm on a weekly. Okay, so you got the QTD cloud in here also. You got the cloud in here, and you can see it has zero interaction with the cloud. Zero, none, zip, zitch, none. No tap, no tap, no tap, no tap. Just whole move up. It stays far up and away from it. So I like that. I actually like that a lot. It doesn't stop it from getting these little sell signals through here, but it hasn't come back in and tapped it at all. So I probably would start to feel a little bit uncomfortable with it if it does touch it, because it's never done it. Well, it hasn't done it in quite a long time. So this was, let's see, 2 years. 2 years. Hasn't touched it in 2 years. This is when it broke down below it, rejected, and broke it. So hit the top side, hit the lower side, hit the top side and reject it and broke it. Got the dip that I love to look for in the cloud, like the get over here, more to come back, get over here. And yeah, it stayed away from it since then. So if it does come in, I want to see it. I want to see it bounce from it, but I would feel a little bit different about it because it's never touched it before since that time back there. So we'll see. But the moving averages, as far as the moving averages goes in here, and I've set them so you can see what I turned it off. My little comment that I made in here. Let me turn this off in here. A little comment that I made in here was I haven't turned that off right there. Turn that off. I don't need this either. I'm pretty sure this looks old. This looks like garbage. Every signal terrible. Everything red. Yeah. Don't. I looked at that yesterday. Like, why am I buying this again right now? Everything is red. Everything says sell. Sell. This chart is not good. Um, I was about to turn that one off. I do want to keep that one on. I don't need this on. I don't think that there was anything in here that I needed to look at on that anyway. Let me make sure. Oh, I can't click anything right now. Actually, let me turn this off real quick so I can see. Yeah, there was nothing really in here for this that I needed to look at. Oh, the moving average is right. So I adjusted the MAs in here. I thought I did. Did I? Let me see on the monthly. No, I didn't adjust it. I didn't adjust it. So right now, just bouncing or trying to hold here at the 10. At the 10. So you can see the 1096, and I keep saying to you it does about 1097, and it keeps holding right through here. So I got those two little lines in here from the lower time frame that I'm looking at. And so yeah, that's our little bounce through there right now. Um, through there. Yeah. Yeah, so that has been our little bounces through there on the monthly. Here, I thought that I adjusted this. I guess I didn't, and I may not have needed to adjust it. Maybe that's what it was. I can tell you one thing. I've looked through a couple of Bitcoin's not doing anything. That's why I'm not looking at Bitcoin right now. So if you don't like stocks, I'm sorry. I diversify my portfolio, and actually my stock portfolio has been very good to me here. My Nvidia has been great. My Palantir has been great. My AMD, which I ended up selling my AMD, which is so stupid. It was so stupid. I got in my own head and I sold my AMD after I Girl Scouted for it. I sold it. Plus I sold most of my Palantir, which was stupid. But I sold most of my Palantir. The only thing I really haven't touched, I haven't touched my Nvidia. That's the one thing I have not sold any of is my Nvidia, unless I was taking like some sort of a trade or something like that on a whole nother account. Otherwise, I've just sat on my hands with that one. Only thing I'm down on in my portfolio right now, as far as the stocks are concerned, is Circle. Circle has pumped, Circle has dumped, and so Circle has not. And I actually ended up buying enough Circle to make it my second largest holding. Where it used to be Palantir was probably number one, just because of how early I ended up picking it, buying it, which is at 13, which is not as low as most people got it, but $13. Um, and um, and now Palantir is number 3. Um, Nvidia is number 1, and Circle is now number 2. And then I have Coin also. But the only thing on red, and I have a Pony AI, which I think it's going to do really, really great. I have to check to see when they have their earnings, their next earnings, but I think Pony's going to do phenomenally well. So I'm enjoying Pony right now, and I picked that one up at, I think it was right around $13, and I remember saying, I'm not saying it's going to be the next Palantir, but I do feel pretty good about this one, and so I've been up as much as 100% on Pony so far. It's been up and down. I'll be looking to add into that one. I think Novo might be down slightly, but I only have a very small share portion of Novo. And then I added Amazon because at the time when I wanted to do a leverage trade, on BTCC for Amazon. My money was tied up in NVIDIA. So I just went ahead and just bought it flat out. So yeah, I'm only down on Circle right now. So and like I said, I have I have I have the best portfolio in stocks right now. It's not crypto. So I've always been one to talk about stocks. So I'm not one of the new influencers just starting to talk about it. I've always TA'd on stocks. You can run back through as far back as Twitter let you go. Since I've been on X, I have charted stocks and crypto, both. Those have both been things that I've always encouraged. So, yeah, this isn't new. Um, this isn't new for me. I was gonna say is I've been working with a different number on the movement on the ribbons here, and I'm finding a lot of stocks are matching up to it. Like their lows are hitting that pretty good. I'll get into that later. I may not want to share, but anyway, that's what I'm looking at here on Netflix. Netflix. We'll see how that goes, how it holds in here. Otherwise, otherwise I have to cut it. Your price is way too high. You need to cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. And so far, I mean, it's done pretty well with this 10. Look at that. Oops. Oops. So you won't do this again until December. So for now, I don't want all this in here. So it's done okay with that. So we'll see how that goes. Because I don't want to be stuck and then something like this happens. Not saying that it's going to drop all the way down into here. I do got some. Oh, I know what it is. I don't think I have that chart in here to watch right now. But I'm gonna have to get back. I'm gonna have to go there and look at that one. So I'm watching this. This is what I'm gonna be talking on a little bit more. Not today. I'm just buying time because the crypto market ain't doing crap. But if you're looking for a play, you could find it here. And you would be getting in at the lows right now because it's been holding at 1,097. So you would be getting in at the lows right now. Let me see what the low was 1,087, but where it has been holding, you could drop that if that didn't work for you. If you trade on BTCC, you know what I'm saying? You won't be able to do anything until market opens at the moment. But this could be valuable. That could work. And if it falls through, then I mean, look at where all these little candles pop their little head down here. I mean, that would be extreme. That would be extreme. But see, the last time it went extreme, and this was the only one that I actually looked at prior because I think they had like a bad earnings right here. 76. Can't recall. I can't recall. Let me see if it's this daily. Oh yeah, I did note this. This is in my notes. My notes is that it's slightly below the 200 here, which is fine. It's not the first time that it's actually been below the 200. It doesn't deviate far from it when it does. From what I saw when I look back at it, I mean that's a pretty clean bounce away from it right there. It must have been another chart. Let me see, was it this one? It did get below it right here ever so slightly, and this is the start of, no, that may not have been the start. This is the start of this next, this shift in momentum right here. This was the start of this new shift in momentum right there. And it got below it ever so slightly right in here as well. And then it bounced away, and these were all points where it had actually got a pretty decent pullback in here. And I think, yeah, that was it. That was as far back, because this was at the point where it starts to try to move up and continue to get those pushes up here for Netflix. And it's not so bad when you, as far as the price goes, when you put a little bit of leverage on it and just keep your position size small. It's not that bad unless you got a lot of money. I don't have a lot of money to wish upon. All right. Let me just put this back. No, I don't like these scoops. I don't like those. When I see that, it's bad news. Bad news incoming. But you can see this a mile away. You can look down at the indicators and see it was getting ready to sell off before earnings came in. It was hinting at it, but that's I mean, it was already coming down anyway. Already coming down. 2 hour. I think this time frame I really was watching for this right now. It's a 2 hour time frame for this. Let that go. Nvidia coming back pre-market. 205 at the moment. I can't wait to see how this does when we open. I'm going to be looking to get another position on this. Real quick though, it is in the sky. I think, yeah, I got this on a 7-minute time frame. So this is, yeah, that's why I said it's going to be really quick. Be really quick. Meta. Okay, so Meta, you can see bad earnings report. Surprise. So I'm watching Meta, but I'm going to be watching Meta here from the daily time frame. And this is what I'm looking for Meta. If it happens. Now, so far right here, this momentum, that's why it reads mom, it's actually momentum, right? So it's a pretty nice momentum line down through here. It has held up through here pretty well. I could look at the chart aftermarket. Pre-market, where did I put my thing? And tell you what this actually did. Because I can't set it up here. I tried. What is this on here? What is that? What's that? Let's see. I just installed the app. Let me just go back to the chart. I just installed this app on my little pad, and it isn't adding my stuff in. So let's see. The low was 680 on Meta. It was 680. So you see this line right here, which reads mom. That's momentum. That's the momentum line that it has been respecting. I could turn momentums on, and you can see that. You may not be able to see it over here though. Let me see. Momentums. It's I think it's from the weekly. Yeah. So it's this one right here. So that's the momentum through here. You can see how it did try to hold that one at some point. Yeah, this is the starters. It usually will break through those, and then you can see how it came back through here, and it tried to, and it bounced away through here. But this is the one right here. Let me turn those back off. My mom's. Let me turn that off as well. Uh, Here on the daily, but that's what I'm looking at right here. Some sort of a, I mean, you can say Bart Simpson, you can say complex head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it. I'm looking for it to come down into here based on a weekly time frame, but right now it is holding through here. It will need to drop this right here though. Once it breaks this momentum right here, that's why I'll start to say this right here. Now, if you measure this out right here, just based on this neckline through here, not the momentum, but the neckline through here, that gives the measure move down here as well, which also lined up with this ascending trend line through here, It matched up with the descending trend line down through here. So that's what I'm looking for. And I put some notes in here, some things that I'll be watching for on it. Right now, it is in neutral territory, at least as far as I can tell. I'm going to have to see what that looks like today. And then I'll be looking for it to drop underneath 40. And then my entry wouldn't come until it decides to come back up at 40. So hopefully, as it's coming down through here, it stays below it, and it just walks the line below it until it's ready to actually get that pump up. So that's what I'll be looking for here. If it remains in neutral and pushes away from here, then I can forget about this. But right now, it looks like it could do this reasonably too. And I think when I put the ribbons on this one right here, and not this time frame here. This is an important trend line. And we know it's important because we also have a moving average riding just below it. So giving confluence to this trend line that Meta would need to hold this trend line if price did make its way down into here. It's crucial. It's very crucial because we don't want Meta to do this number right here, where it breaks its momentum and then it's down here, or breaks the trend, and then that's what you have to look forward to. We don't want that. So yeah, important trend line. But I'm definitely going to look to see if it can get that move down here. Doesn't hurt to look at this one too. So I think I did put that in here, 647, just a couple of different things I was looking at here for 647, 603, 551. Those numbers stood out to me. And then what I will be wanting to watch on the RSI read here for it. Don't need to see that anymore. Here for Meta. And I think and so when I say I'm looking for, and this is a weekly, so this will be like a late long. So you can see right here, like it's still in neutral, at least until I get a chance to look at it today. This is a weekly time frame though, but you can see it's still in neutral in here. And you can see the one time that it actually did get pushed down into here. This is where your reversal takes place at, right here. So this is around your 40. That's why I'm saying watch for less than 40 right here on it, on Meta. If that can happen. Any other time, it done pretty well. This is where this long runoff right here happened. So that's another reason too about watching for that 40 here on Meta, is because once you break this 40, you accelerate your selling pressure. So it I just said the word, so I don't need to repeat it and try to rephrase it some other way to make you understand. You accelerate your selling pressure, right? And so as long as it stays below here, so you can see it stays below, stays below, stays below, stays below, stays below. It makes an attempt right here. So you can see this little attempt that it made right through here. But I probably would have looked at this and been like, heck no. Because you can see all of this is still waterfalling too. So it makes a little bit of an attempt right there. But it's not until you fully, because at this point you're going to see bullish divergence. You're going to be like, oh, we got the bull div. We getting ready to pump. And then that bullish divergence doesn't play out. And the reason why it doesn't is if you just slow your roll and look at it. You're building the bullish divergence, but you're not building the momentum with that bull div. And it's not until this starts to flatten out, go sideways, and you finally get your break up above this 40 now. So now you're getting your clear break above it. You already broke another crucial level in here. I turned that on, which probably wasn't getting tagged right through here. This one, so it really wasn't getting tagged. It tagged it right here and it tagged it right there, and I probably would have looked at it for the second time and been like, yep, that's the one to get in on right there. So this is it right here. Change of behavior. That's how I identify that, change of behavior. Now it's time to really zoom in. So you come up and then you stay above it. Like no need in dropping any of this throughout this entire thing through here, because you're in your relative strength all the way up and through until you finally break your relative strength down through here. But that's what I'll be looking for on Meta. We'll see if it happens. Right now, like I said, still in neutral. It's still holding pretty good, still respecting this momentum line right here. So it may not even happen for me where I be able to pick it up down here, but I definitely be watching for it. Oh, and that was the trend line where I measured from the high to the neckline in here, and then when I drop this in, you can see that's exactly where it ends up bringing price back to right there. And so that's why it looks that way, and that's why I'm hoping for this to come back here into the trend line, which is also important, as I mentioned right there. All right, Bitcoin's walking sideways right now. So that's good old Meta. I don't think I had any reading or anything in here. No, nothing really. Topside dynamic cloud. That was interestingly, hit with this thing right here. But the longer it takes, unless we're about to see some nuke take place here. One touch. I don't think it really touched this too often. When it does, yeah, it doesn't play around with it too much. Let's see, yeah, that's not good. So that too, that's another thing right here too. So it's in here right now. You really do want to hold. You can see how the bottom side of this is here. Let me turn that off. Let me take that away. And hide the drawings. You can see how that momentum line, you can just use your imagination with me putting my cursor right here. That's important. So when that's gone, my dream might come true. When that's gone. That's a squeeze. That, my friend, is a squeeze. I turned off the upper one. I just left the lower one on, but that is a squeeze. So that'll give this extra, how this gave that extra. That'll give this extra once it crosses that line, breaks that line and can't come back up. Zoop. Here on Meta. I'll be watching for that. All right, let me look back over here and hold on. Before I do that, let me turn this off. Yes, I can turn this back on. It doesn't really matter. I have the noise in here I need already. And see, it's already below pre-market from the daily perspective. But as I zoom out to the other charts, trying to find that continuation. But you're already below here right now. This is Google, of course. Did I show you the Google? I know I mentioned it. So pre-market 294. What I'm looking for is looking for Google to come back into this box right here. So in here, I'm going to be looking for where I can take a quick stab at a Google position. I'm going to be looking to go long. I'm not going to bet against something that just had some standing numbers and likely to continue that move up because it looks like it continues. I didn't see anything in here for me to be like, yeah, I'm going to take a short. Heck no. It looks great, and just have to see if I can get that retracement back into here. If not, then it'll be something to look forward to next week. Look forward to it coming back. It's 281, 249, and this box is coming from a higher time frame, which is why it's a wide range, because I'm looking at something more reassuring. Something more reassuring right here. And you see the gap up right here off of what was like a wedgie structure that it had through here. So that breakaway gap. Breakaway. But when it comes back, it should maintain this zone right here and keep moving up. And I got the fib extension levels through here for it. And it's already above the 1-to-1 right there. And I took this from a weekly chart here. And that's it. That's it right now. I think, yeah, that's it for now. As far as before I jumped on stream, what I was actually looking at over in the stock. Stonks with the stonks. Well, I'm still waiting on this right here for Bitcoin. Like I said, it was doing absolutely nothing, so I really didn't need to focus on it right now. Ethereum, same thing, doing absolutely nothing. Solana, same thing, same energy, same place. Zcash, even same place, same energy. Nothing is happening. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure that there's some memes or something that I could take a look at, something like that. But otherwise, that is where my head is at right now. That is where my head is at. Let's see. I got Bitcoin 0.07%, Ethereum down 2.27. Tether is never down anything. Binance Coin up 1.23%. Cardano down. Dogecoin down. Polygon Matic, and I thought they changed the name again. Solanza, Tron, still in the same space right now. 1.29, but it's been holding steady, so that's good. I'm trying. Trump, for some reason, had been pumping. Quanky was like, "You need to trade Trump." I'm like, heck no. I need to message him and say win moon because I'm sick of my bags going down. I'm sick of it. I'm talking about my bags, you know, not the trading portion. This is ridiculousness. Ton. Community trend. Crypto gainers. Memes. Zcash, of course, not a meme. Airdrone finance. It's pretty good. AF. It's pretty good, AF. DXDX, I don't know what that is. Never heard of it. Athena, Big Loser, Pi, whatever that is. I'm not sure. NYX, Garbage, 4. That's CZ, I'm sure. Forgot what that OG stands for. And then Plasma. Ridiculous. Gold futures. I haven't looked at silver anymore. I need to look at copper palladium. I do need to look at oil. I think some housing stocks probably be good to look at, but that's just temporary stuff. I just stick to the big ones, the big boys. I like to play with the big boys. Haven't looked at Forex here in a little bit. Interesting. We look at Microsoft. I know we looked at that's what it was. It's Microsoft that I didn't have on here, but that's okay. Yeah, it's Microsoft I didn't look at. That I needed to probably glance at. I think CNC got earnings coming up, or may have already had it or something. But Centene, I like that company. It's a med stock. They usually do really good. It's a good company, really good company. Palantir is just such a balloon, but I love it. Love it. All right, I might can mess with you. Adobe. Take a look at that. Let's take a look at something here in the crypto space. Here. While I'm waiting on that, let me just see what the crypto verse is looking like. So nothing special in here right now for me to look at. All of this stuff right here seems to be okay. No, this is stuff that I don't know anything about, so I would not be interested in that. Change the time frame. Let's go to 1 hour and see. Okay, so Athena, could probably look at that one. That's a known name. That's a pretty known name. It's number 35. It's number 35. Yeah, probably look at that. Let me just use Bitcoin's chart for a sec while I see what the trouble is here. Could this be a double bottom? Oh, look at that. It even took a little bit of liquidity right here. It's not bad. It's not shabby. It's not shabby at all. I'm bored. I'm absolutely bored with crypto. I'm bored with the markets altogether, to be honest. But for sure, let me see if it's going to recover this. Let me just change this color because I don't want that color here right now. I'll make a note on this right here, even though just this low right here. Just in case. How do I feel about this? What do I feel about this? I can tell that momentum is shifting down further and further. That's what you get when you see that big gap from your first trend line. And price starts to deviate away. Let's see this. Exaggerated. It's quite exaggerated. See if there's anything here. Yeah, it's very exaggerated. Like it's barely. Just see what this angle is. 1.4. That's the angle on that. It's petty. So quite exaggerated. Sitting down here to 26. Sitting at a 26. Exaggerated bullish divergence. And putting in the bear divs. The bear divs. See that? Putting in the bear divs across here. Looks like the next time it comes up, it won't put in a bear div though, which is good. So the next move up won't be a bear div, likely. All right, give me just a minute. I need to all right. I had to take that call. I'm just checking my line. So this time it doesn't look like if it comes up, it probably will actually break out and then you'll be popping above that 40 here for Athena. Otherwise, I mean, you don't have to try to catch this falling knife right here on Athena. Just allow that to happen. Allow yourself to see a breakup through here and then touch it, because the first couple of times, like I said, it was putting in the bear divs through here And so as it continues to create a pivot coming down, that makes it less likely that you'll get the bear div, and it could be working itself out of those kinks. So let's let that happen. So you're just not bullish divergence and jumping in, because even right now it's putting in bullish divergence. Now this is a lot better than what it had right here between these 2 points right here, because it's pretty exaggerated in here. Actually, hold on. Yeah, that's pretty exaggerated right there. You can barely tell that it's there. So this is starting to look better. And then you'll reclaim this zone through here too. Reclaim this little zone right here. If it's not faltering down here. Let's see what that looks like. Nice, beautiful squeeze on it. 20 SMAs in here somewhere. So it looks like right now it's probably in between SD1 and SD2, just kind of hanging out through there. No flattening out just yet. Yeah, so just hanging out in here right now. It's not below it, which means the strong sell-off. Strong sell-off. Then it's just hanging out in between it. This isn't even walking sideways like it did right here. Like it walked sideways a little bit, stalled out. But it didn't manage because of the bear divs through here. That gave it a continuation down. Rejection off the 20 SMA. This is making more sense with the momentum break as well right here. So it's still a strong continuation down right now. And your ribbons look like what? Yeah, which is pretty much going to look a lot like your Bollinger Band, at least from your standpoint of your 10 and your 26. So yeah, that just doesn't look good. So coming back into relative strength is going to be your main thing over here with Athena. You want to come back into relative strength, and it is in relative weakness right now. So it's not a really great place to buy. Let me take a look at fib level, which I did not do. Let me just do it off of a daily. That's a pretty strong pullback, I would say. Oh, okay, most of this wick in here. Most of this is that wick. So it's not as terrible as it looks. It's not as terrible as it looks if you taking it from where it is now. Looking at it, that was a bear flag right here. Hold on. Too bad, unless you're looking at it from up here, which everything just got it behind handed to it right there. But yeah, it definitely was a bear flag through here. Bitcoin's still chilling. Let me just see where this is at. Actually, let me see where this is at first. Take that one away. Okay, So pretty much like Bitcoin right now in this golden pocket. And it did take this little liquidity in here. So maybe again, I would still wait for it to come into relative strength before I touched it, just because you can get stuck holding the bag. Don't want to be stuck holding the bag. Made some cuts through the 786. It's like just beginning. Is there a place where I can use this and it not be that bad? There isn't. I don't got any information to go out that far. Let's see what that looks like right here. Okay. So that's what it ended up doing. Hit. So there is confluence down here around the 786. Send the 618. Then you got that 786. And like I said, a lot of times you just don't come back here into this. When you get to the higher time frames, you don't come back into this one until you're in some sort of a bear market. So you can see how it bounced away from it right in here. So I'd say you got some pretty good confluence in here. So whatever it's doing with this bleeding, it should be coming to an end somewhere right between this golden pocket 786. I don't know that it does this worst again where it wants to come back in and eat away at this. But as long as it moves out of relative weakness, that'll be the thing. So you just be looking for it to move out of relative weakness from right here. So get above your 40 or something. So I don't know, ghetto or country, which one it is. 40 RSI. You want to move above that. Otherwise, you'll be catching this knife. Yeah, you'll be catching this knife if it doesn't. I'm going to go ahead and pull this in to fill in this actual lower dip candle because it's already taking it out anyway. So that'll put you back up above the resistance when it makes a decision in here. But you want to be above also, so you're not taking it and you're hitting that resistance. Yeah. Getting the bull div. Got signs of some sort of relief potentially. Just nothing just yet. So hold out again. Hold out until it comes into relative strength, which is going to be breaking above this line right here on your RSI, or just looking at your 40 get broken. But once this happens right here, because this would be a little bit faster, not much faster, but it will actually break this trend line right here a lot faster right there. And then that way you're also not looking at, let me see, because I would be looking at this one right here. You're not getting chopped up by this right here. Because this is that one time it tried to get the bounce and then start putting in the bear divs right here. That's that. And then it starts bear diving just to keep going down. It's underneath it right now too. Look back at Biddy. see, was there anything else in here that looked terrible? That I don't know what A2 AZ is. I'm dyslexic now. 2Z. I don't know what 2Z is. Is that a meme coin? It's number 85 for some reason. And no Athena. I don't want to look at something that would hurt anybody. 00. Same situation. .0. It's probably going to give you, the name says it all. Probably give you some 00s. That's kind of cute. Plasma. That's cute. I like plasma. I like plasma. Waiting on Bitcoin to hit our target. I'll be right back over there on Bitcoin. I like plasma. Not bad. Plasma. I just want to see something. If it actually has a trend regression. It might. Plasma looks pretty cool. It looks pretty good. Plasma. Let's see about that. Looks controlled. At least you're not getting the bear dibs on it because it hasn't made an attempt. But this looks pretty controlled through here for plasma. You're starting to put in some bullish divergence in here as well. Not much, but you can see it, the difference between here on your RSI. You can see the bear divs down here though, volatility bear divs. But you started to put in weak lows right in here too though. Starting to put in some weak lows. And you're starting to curve up here on your MACD. This chart isn't terrible. Because again, it looks controlled. Oof. They beat this one over the head. Good Lord. From where it's sitting at now, anybody who was in it throughout here, I'm sorry. Let me see what it looks like on this time frame. Now I can see it from this 4 hour, just straight bear divs. Look at that. You're just going higher the entire time, so you're not catching a break. Man. Make sure that's right. Let's see what that was for it. Plasma. So you're doing like a rising structure here on your RSI in comparison to, I'm just looking at it from there, in comparison to what it was doing, which is why it's just been a falling pizza right through here. It's not bad though. If you're buying it down here, it's not terrible. Still, yeah, this looks like it's gonna stop bleeding. It looks like it is. I probably wouldn't expect too much out of it, but it does look like it's gonna stop bleeding. And that would straight up be a forever bull div that just hasn't played out just yet. Forever bull div that hasn't played out yet. Just want to see. Where it looks a little bit more clear to me. You would have failed somewhere right in here a few times on this, and that's because of the bear div right through here. And oh no, never mind. What I'm talking about with that, it has to get above here. So we're talking right here. I guess better late than never. Now if I want to do that one or do this, no, not that one. Maybe might have to move that over though. And then there was this one right here. Let's see if I gotta slide this over. Yeah, I do. Just wanted to see how it did when it broke through here. You were a couple of candles in, so you kind of behind right in here, but because it's coming off of that one, you still would have got. Wouldn't have been bad. And here, it would have been off of the low of that green, 15%. I don't know if you feel like this is going to be worth it. It's much better. 8 right there. I mean, if this breaks out though, I mean, I will be looking forward to. I'll be looking forward to coming to this gap. You got gaps in here that will get filled. Got gaps in here that could get filled. So there's some pretty good return places in here for it. It's around 82, 80 something. It's not bad. Bitcoin's still just sitting in the same spot. It might not be that. Trying to find what actually works with this one the best. It's a 4-hour time frame. Thank you. I like that. I like that. How it got this squeeze in here before it got this move right here, and then was also signaling some exhaustion from bears, um, from the sell-off. Some exhaustion from the sell-off right in here. Those two happened simultaneously. So I like that, and it looks like that's what's happening right in here as well. Mm. Let's see if there was a squeeze on this or anything. Probably not on the Bollinger Band itself. A little bit. Nothing right here. For an hour. That's probably your fastest signal. Is probably going to come from this right here then. And it looks like it barely did break outside of that. Barely broke outside of that Bollinger. Just barely. Not as announced as it is right here when it came back in. You were able to catch that low up. And then over here, you were able to catch this little move right through here. And this is just weak lows through here. And then this was probably like the best one right here off of this candle. I think it looks all right now, down in here. What do I feel off of this actual wick, which probably isn't the low. Ooh, heck no. That's a no-go on that. $29. Because this is drawn off of line buys too, so. If it flips up, it might be their low. It might be right there. Yeah, this could be the low for a little bit of a bounce up anyway. I look for that to get broken because this looks like, selling exhaustion right here. That one was good. Wait for a 20 SMA break. Because if it does it and it doesn't give you that response, you can wait for a 20 SMA break, or you can wait for at least this right here. It looks like if price is breaking this would be breaking here. And you'd be coming up your 40 right here, which could be good if you like plasma. I don't know too much about it, but it looks controlled. That's all I can say. Is there anything else in here? Why is this on the... Okay. Is it not in here anymore? Hold on. What's that? XP? XP, okay. I don't want to go too far in here because I don't know these other things. Soros. Yeah, I really don't know anything about these. I'm gonna save this one to look back at. Maybe I'll send something out on this one later once I look at it a little bit more and give some more insight on it. Will be my BB. And then the other one I looked at was Athena. Which I may already have. Dang, that was a good short. Everything on here says short me. Good Lord. I'm just looking at it. I'm looking at the long opportunity, but dang, that was a good short. This said fine pressure exhaustion. That nice squeeze right here. This break. Everything in here says short. I'm gonna look back in on those, so I like it. Looks like it's coming to give us that little. We're still paused on Bitcoin. And check back in over here. Shorted on that Ethereum. Let's see. I like that. Started something. Because it hadn't moved the whole time. Some interest is starting to come in. So let's see on the final push down, whatever it wants to do in here. We do have interest starting to peek in. It don't have to give a lot. I mean, I like it when it does it more so like this right here. Big nice rollover down into here. But it's starting Like this one right here, it didn't tilt down too much, but it gave that little final little push right there. And this one right here, it it's not bad. Started back here, about 4 hour. Just have to let it finish cooling off. This would just be a simple trend break through here for Ethereum on the 4 hour time frame. Solana, I got all the lines on over here. That one's starting too. But like I said with Solana, you can catch it somewhere like that, 189, 190. It might still be the play for Sol hidden right there. It's 189.87. It's trapped. Zcash, it doesn't have to sell off much. It's all of these little pullbacks through here that it got. They weren't large pullbacks at all. So it could just be another opportunity. I'm not telling you to short Zcash. That's your business. If you do, it is going to get a pullback here. Like I said, but each time it didn't pull back a lot when it did that. But that's coming up now. In fact, the crazy thing is, and I've noticed this, that the little small bumps like this, they give a lot more of a pullback. It's crazy. You get the little small bumps in here, but it was getting bear deals all through here. I remember looking at this chart and that's Tuesday. We were looking at it, and I was talking about the bear deals through here. Yeah, some little small bumps right there, but it's gonna get a pullback. And this is rising and curving, so hopefully it doesn't drop you in. But if it does, you got that trend line to look to. You got it's used this before, so I don't even know how that will work. Or maybe it just bounces away from in here and doesn't get the breakdown. But you want to get long on something that's at the top, this would be it. I'm saying it was sarcasm, but it has it's giving residuals. So can't argue with something that's pumping. There's this XRPT. You can't see anything else because I haven't. This is just the weekly levels in here on XRP. Be nice if it did. Live up through here. Did it a few other times. Which might be why it did. Maybe. Still neutral. I don't see why not, but it is sideways for that. Maybe this can work out or something. Maybe if it did, I suppose Just guessing. Actually, I like to put it in the center when I don't really know. And I'm gonna see if there's anything to this. Okay, there might be something to it. I mean, it is just ranging. I didn't really see anything else that made me care, to be honest, besides the fact that this could be an inverse head and shoulder formation, and this little block in here holds if it doesn't drop down here to this golden pocket. Let's see, 50. And then push back into here, since it has stopped out in here a few times before, or at least right there. It could just be looking to do that. It's not bad, XRP. Um, so that's looking to stop it out here at the 200 EMA. Which I think was slightly above that. But at least it would take out this little pivot in here, which is what it needs. Let's see when we did that. Yeah. It'll be right before it breaks the actual neckline. And then maybe it gets up to here. 269. So I didn't really see anything down here favorable. Nothing at all stood out to me down here, so that's all I can really go off of. It'll be 15-minute hopium. Just turn that off. I didn't want to have to turn it back on again. I wanted to see. It's 50 right there. Still selling off on this floor. I think we've already looked at what this is through here. So maybe this hopium in here is for nothing because it's still selling off on the 4 hour. Everything else at least did that much. Let's see. Yeah. 4 hour doesn't look too good though. But it can always turn around right here. But yeah, it could always turn around right here. Maybe that leads into a bounce. Maybe it does what it did in here. It starts to get real petty. And it starts to walk the line in here. That could be it. It looks like it's still selling up a little bit. It's not as much of a move as it looks like on the 15-minute. It's not. It's not that much. Looks better over here. Hyper liquid. I don't know why it looks so wicky. Just know I don't like all these wicks. Didn't look like it was topping out, even though it's seen multiple rejections right there. I don't even know that I have. I do. Okay, that's the weekly level up there. This is the only block I have right here. That's just the weekly level through here. And that's where it stopped out multiple times. This might be the top, the local top right now for Hyperliquid. just based on these wicks up here. There's no new buyers stepping in or it's distribution right here. You know, people taking profit throughout here with these wicks up here. It's something like that right here. Yeah, some sort of a top. I think that's a top right here. For height. Injection. And this is going to be explosive whenever it happens because it's been sitting in here for multiple days, just sitting in here, failing to get the breakout right here for Binance. If it's down, it'll be back in here. This would probably be a good place to take the long from in here. If it pushes up, a good place to get short. It's just going to be explosive, or to at least try your risk on right here because I don't want it to blast up through here and keep going. But I'm pretty sure with all the news around it, this will be a good buy down in here, likely. It's just been going on for a minute. And it's not breaking out yet. I'm gonna get back over to Bitcoin in just a sec because it looks like Sui's just been sitting inside of the cloud for a while. Not really doing anything, just chilling out. And this is what we were looking at the other day. I don't know what day that was. Tuesday. It's home right here. And it did bounce away from it. It also had descending or falling pizza pie through here. And the one below that is going to be 18 cents. If it comes back and it doesn't have to respect this trend line, I would at least want it to hold here. Somewhere around where it got the chop before it got the breakout in here. All of this should hold that support for it. And that looks constructive through here. But this is a bearish formation through here though. Which if it did play out bearishly, this may not be done the right way. So it may not be done the right way. Yeah, that could be back into here. around 18 cents, which isn't that much. It looks like a lot from this 15-minute time frame. It's not really anything at all. In fact, these boxes look terrible. You zoom out. The box looks terrible. And this is the low of the cloud. Okay, so low of the cloud. It means I don't want this. You can do away with that. I was already looking at something in here. I didn't have it extended out enough. Okay. So it looks like I might have already been looking at 18. Yeah. It looks like that would do it if it did inside our zone. All right, I'm flipping back over to Biddy because we look like we're getting a little bit closer. Just want to see if this is gonna do. I'm gonna take a chance on my dead account. I guess we're waiting on market to open. here somewhere. Love you. I hear the 7 days different. Oh, you know what? I don't want to add anything. It's not too much. It's the same. Look, it's a little bit different. Mm-hmm. That looks terrible. All right, we're coming into our zone. Are now watching the throne. Don't let me get in my zone. I said I would zoom out when we got here. I know it's selling acceleration off that 15-minute time frame. I don't even want to zoom into it because that's what it showed on the 15. It means we're below 30. At 40, below 40, right there. So what 7 minute looks like? Too noisy on 7. I'm not gonna go lower than 12. Yeah, when I saw that right there, I think I mentioned it. Maybe I didn't, but I did see that little bump right here. So hold your horses. change the color on this low right here so it's easier to see when it's breaking that thing. Have it at like a some kind of green looking color. After a good summer, trying to bounce in advance. I don't like it. Maybe because I'm not used to the 12-minute. Seems to be fire though. With that 1 hour suggestion of dropping in lower, will be real slow to pull a trigger. We're already showing the bull divs on the 4 hour. We do have the bull divs on the 4 hour. It's going to be good if we're a little bit patient. A little bit patient in here. We'll turn the color off here so we can see. Just let that 1 hour drop. Just checking back on Solana and Ethereum, just looking through down. So Solana's at 190.70, somewhere within that range. 189, 190 to 188, but 188, if you can get it there, that might be cool beans. 189 is the low, so I might mess around and take that Solana if it drops low enough for me. See how it does. And the other option, if I don't see it start to chop in here, is going to be what I said earlier about where it got this little bounce from right here, because it was the golden pocket, not from this wick down. This is the one from this wick to here. This is the golden pocket for that. But the this low right here was a golden pocket bounce from here. That wick is that one right there. I'm trying to be patient, even though I see that little bounce, and it makes me want to FOMO with that little bounce. But I'm trying to be patient. There really is no perfect timing. That's what I always tell myself. There really is no perfect timing. I'm trying to be patient. If it happened right now, you would probably get enough of a move to do the locked in right here. That probably would be it. It would likely reject right at your profits lock, which is a 1-to-1. So just waiting. Nothing's changing with momentum yet. I just want to keep repeating myself with that. So not entering anything just yet. And if you weren't here earlier, um, the golden pocket, which is the one that's not this one right here, but this golden pocket right here, this is crucial. This is crucial, which is why I don't have the 786 on here, because this is crucial. Now you could wick into the 786, but it have to be it have to be a quick wick into 786 and then a reclaim. Because if it's not that, then it really opens the door for prices to get down here to this level right here that we had watched for. It's been looking at this. I got a video that's over a month old where I called for this level right here, saying on the weekly time frame, which takes a while for a weekly to play out. So understand that this was my target right here, just because everything suggested that this was going to get hit on the higher time frame. So not in this right here right now, because 1 hour is still accelerating. I'm not seeing any relief from that just yet. Maybe I should move it to halt any sort of misunderstanding. Just slide it over a little bit. You can still see the price line push through it right here. And I will not pull the trigger on this until I can see the momentum is not continuing to the downside. And nothing is suggesting that right now. You can just off price action alone, each one of these candles right here are closing below each one. So means sellers are stepping in here. Sellers are stepping in here. You can see it over here too. Sellers are stepping in here. And that's just all the way down to the 786. Still, you don't see momentum changing at all. This isn't even trying to turn up at all. Still accelerating on the sell side. 05. Let's see. Okay. So the potential for the bullish divergence at the moment on the 4 hour on the RSI is not there. The only bullish divergence I can see is coming from the volatility indicator. That's it. So we could get a volatility push up, but it won't be backed by momentum. It will be volatility, and there's a difference. I know it sounds like it's the same, but it's not. It's a difference. I actually had a short position. It's a head short. I closed it yesterday, last night, something like that. As I promised you, I'm tired of crypto at this point. I really am. Oh, they're coming in, dumping us off this morning. They're dumping us off this morning. I was just looking, I just happened to glance up and see Netflix is down to 1,088. So it broke below it's back at the actual low wick, that wick low. So that descending, that might have been correct. I wanted to see it as something else, but yeah, that descending triangle might have been the thing right there on that. So come to the 50% possibly there on that one. At the bottom side of the channel. We'll see. It can do it. That was what I was hollering about. Now I'm getting it. I don't want it. I don't want it. I'm gonna have to start closing out trades too on BTCC before 4 p.m. because you can do nothing on that platform after 4 with stock pairs. Nothing, which is so stupid. So stupid because there's a such thing as after hours trading. Right, see that little reaction, that T-bit reaction. Not enough, not enough. I'm waiting because it might come down to that low. And like I said, if it doesn't hold there, then I mean, we got problems. We got problems. Trump speaks today. I'm not sure what time he talks, but he does speak today. So get ready for taco. Get ready for taco. This low just so happens to line up with the dynamic cloud low on the 4-hour time frame, where that 786 low is. That also lines up with the dynamic cloud on the 4-hour time frame. Here, we managed to break through that right here. I forgot I had this in here. Is this old? It's old. I know it's old. I don't need this in here anymore. I'll delete that. I don't even know where that was drawn from. I'll go ahead and take this old stuff out because this is me saying I'm sick of you, Bitcoin. Sick of it. Sick of the manipulation. We've done all of that we expected, which is nice. I'll leave that in there. I'm almost certain this was this was an old golden pocket 786 that I was looking at here on the 4-hour time frame or something. It might have been from this right here. It might have been from that. No, it wasn't from that. Huh, where did that come from? Where did you come from? I know it's not this one. Yeah, it's old though. It is old. I don't know why it's titled Golden Pocket 786, but I tell you what, I'll use it. I'll use it. I'll just delete the words out of it. That's fine. It's on 12. Mm-mm-mm. 1 hour does not tell me that it's done. It does not. So I give no reaction here. Even if I'm late, I give no reaction here because the 1 hour doesn't suggest it's over just yet. It could chop and then that'll clear up what I'm saying. But right now, I don't see it. I don't see it. That 1 hour showing that momentum was broken on the RSI. Still got 21 minutes left on it though. Excuse me. Still 21 minutes left on it, so can always recover. Yeah, I don't see a reason to get long yet. Unless you're just risking it for the biscuit. Because you catch bottoms. We catch bottoms too. But today I don't want to catch the bottom. Not today. Let me see. Find something with reason. I like the 8 hour. Okay, that gives me reason. Gives me reason right here. Give me reason. 8 hour. 12 hour. 16 does nothing for me. Daily gives me a little reason right here too. It does. But I'm being a good Girl Scout here. Um, 16 and daily also gives me reason to look at what is it? Ooh, that's a big pool. Jeez Louise. Also gives me reason to look at 106 to 103. So I'm chilling on my hands. Good Lord. 106 to 103. Why would you do that? Sitting on my hands and this is why I trade momentum. Yeah, 1 hour still breaking. I don't really like that. Make sure I slide this over. So when I need to move it, I will move it. just know I'm getting long in here. That's all I know. I'm getting long in here. Even though I know we lose this right here. This we increase some probabilities for much lower. But I'm gonna fire off it. I'm gonna take some risk in here. I know that much. I'm just waiting for the market to talk to me. Talk to me. The 1 hour ain't playing with us. It's not playing with us. The 1 hour. You can see what I mean by we broke. And then this right here, it still hasn't touched this yet. And we got that that tilt up suggesting selling was coming in, which is why I talked about everything else at the time when I did, because there was nothing to be said otherwise. Since that happened, I don't even need to give you my attention anymore. I do that like that. Since this did shift, I will look at it like that. Let's pull this out a little bit too far. I need to look at it. Look at it. Okay. Keeps you from catching knives. Keeps you from catching knives. Keeps your hands from bleeding. Okay, yep, so that's not going to be an option right here. This is not an option. So I'm going to have to start looking. My lowest point I would look at is probably going to be right in here for some sort of maybe a liquidity grab off of that, but a quick reclaim would have to be the thing right there. I did not have to leave that one out on this, but it doesn't matter anyway. Let's see here. And this is the golden pocket. The golden pocket. I'm gonna drop this over here. We'll sink the other one and lay out. So I don't have to keep dragging this box around now. All right. We'll see. if maybe it's some sort of a liquidity grab. And if it is, I'm just going to put it like this now. Watch for that. See, is this really... strong sale, strong sale, strong sale. This 4-hour candle got 3 hours on it. Oh my gosh. See what that... Usually don't do it off of that, so you can't tell. Check. It's not a lot of liquidity down. I mean, not according to the heat map, but we all know that most of us took longs from down here. So that is a thing. Starting to get some interest to show on the 15-minute time frame as well. So I'm liking that. Interest is starting to peak right here too. The 15 4-hour. I think I discussed that earlier. It is starting to show a little interest peak in it, but not quite ready just yet. But still showing some interest. I don't know if we're going into market open, which looks like we are going into market open, possibly whatever time Trump's speech is. I'm not sure what that is. But this 4-hour candle close here. We got a few hours on that candle. I think I like my 15-minute better than this 12. I'm trying to get this 12 shot. And I can see we're starting to pick up some interest in here off of the, this is the 12, off of the 15 as well now. Um, I can see the 12. 15th one of the screen. Just nothing yet, peoples. Nothing yet. No reaction in here whatsoever. Nothing suggesting anything to me in here right now. 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes on this 1 hour candle close right here. And then I will see what that does. But right now, nothing. Can take a chance. Can risk it for the biscuit right here. Set a tight stop loss right here. But it will be a chance. It will be a chance. That's all I can say. Mm-hmm. Here I come to save the day. It's gonna be 104. I do that. What's going on? All right. All right, again, we got no. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that says to jump the gun just yet. Only, psychological level, which is the golden pocket. I'm going to put that in here, but I'm going to make it clear. Must be a wick. It's going to be one heck of a wick. It'll be something like that. If anything, it would have to be something like that. Otherwise, this is critical. Golden pocket, critical. Critical. Slide this text back a little bit. Now there is some stuff on the, let's just say like your 3 day, it might have been the 2 day too, 2 day, 3 day, some stuff like that, that would support that 786, but it's just terrible. It's just terrible. If it, I don't like it. Not based on what I can see in the chart. There's some stuff in those time frames that will support it, but there's stuff in those time frames that will also support price hitting 103. Might as well go to 100 then, 95. Yeah, like 12 hour is okay with that. I'm not okay with it. I just say that this has to hold right here. Um, yeah, that has to hold. Or we're filling in the Binance wick, or yeah, or we would be filling in that Binance wick. It's like the 2 day up to the weekly time frame that really gives support around that 103, 102. And so just comb back through it. Daily, even though we could wick through it, would be like that right below here. 104, something like that. But it could break over this, which would be like filling in that Binance wick or something like that. And we don't want that. Otherwise, the support on the daily is coming in right here. Right here. As well as everything else I've seen, like the 8, 12, all of that, that's all coming in right here without deviating us too far below the dynamic cloud on the 4-hour time frame. So yeah, we really want this. And I say we like we can just move this market. I mean, if you're bullish, if you're bearish, then you don't want that. All right. For me, it looks like if you were somebody that just needed to get in or just felt confident right here, I would do like a quarter position size. I wouldn't go all in. You can even do less than a quarter, but I would. That's about what I would do. I wouldn't do no half, anything like that. Maybe a quarter, something like that, or wait and see if this liquidity gets taken. One of the two in here. So we got just a little extra, and not actually confirmed totally just yet, but it's still not the strongest bull divs in my opinion, and no strong reaction. like I said, maybe a little quarter position size or something like that. Let the candle cool off out on red and not green. And you would have had to buy on green over here. And I'm just saying, like, since it's in here. This will probably only get as far as, like, if it does try to push up right now, it'll probably only get as far as about 109, 1, something like that. 109, 1 to 200. Maybe somewhere right in here. Come back. Might not do that much. Yeah, might not even get that much. But I was just looking at it from a 5-minute time frame because I know that we had to squeeze through here for a breakdown. Yeah, we had to squeeze for the breakdown. Yeah, maybe 109, 109.2, give or take a little. Look at that. I wasn't even paying attention to this. Yeah, maybe 109.2. That's 109.2 even. And then come back. That was just based on the 5-minute chart. Let's see how the rest of the market is responding to us. Responding. Yeah, the market's selling off a bit. Before I open, I don't know if, let me see what time this Trump speech would be. Trump meeting, let's see what's the name. Something purchases starting immediately. Soybeans. I don't see it. I know that he's supposed to. I don't see anything around it. So I'm trying to look it up somewhere else. But yeah, the Nvidia selling off pretty heavy as compared to yesterday. It's down to 203 right now, so I am seeing sell off across the board. Meta broke that momentum line that I mentioned to you. It's at 672 right now. So maybe hitting that 5 something that I was saying today. Not saying that one, once the market open up, it won't bounce back. At least that would be a pretty significant drop from yesterday. But it can happen. So it is below that level I shared with you. So things not looking too great. See, I am seeing some sell off here. Yeah, I'm seeing the sell off. You can see how that's going with Meta right now. It is below that momentum level in here. You're looking all the way down in here. Be hard on somebody today with that. This is still holding up in the air, suspended in the air right now. This did drop down a lot lower to this low down here. Starting to recover a little bit back into the zone, but this is somewhere around where it could actually find support. Not really sure. Gold also rejecting off of the 26 right there, of course, and see if it can't flip it. It might, just depending on the rhetoric today. Whoever's sitting in gold might be sitting pretty. Nvidia, you can see pre-market is starting to fill in this gap that it got over here. So 203 now. Nvidia was up here, 212. So it's pretty significant for it. All right. Back over here. I said if you wanted to enter in here, I would keep it, 25, a quarter position size, maybe even less than that, or just sit it out because momentum hasn't shifted yet. Even if you have to get in late, momentum is not changing just yet. So it's still relative weakness in here, even with unless we invalidate it, because that can't happen. I actually took a position yesterday where it was showing the bullish divergence, and then it ended up getting invalidated, and I just took a little bit of a loss on that one. So I think yesterday I took like 1, 2, I may have taken like 3 losses yesterday. I may have, but they were because my stop loss was tight. Looking for the 3 to 1, but my stop loss was tight, and so I got stopped out 3 times, which is okay because it's better than. And I knew where my invalidation would be at. So once I was invalidated, I was out. So stopped out 3 times. So 3 L's on the trade yesterday. And let me see, did I see if I did anything different? I was also testing something out too. um, and I saw that I could have cut both of them, all 3 of them. I saw I could have cut all 3 of them earlier. I just didn't. I wanted to condition myself to respect my stop losses. Honestly, that's what it was. I just wanted to condition myself and not be so quick to be like, oh, it's not going to work out, and just hit the close button, just tapering down my emotions and just trying to stick to the trade and just letting it play out. Even though sometimes you just have to be like, you know what, nah, it don't look right. I'm not, I'm closing it right now. You have to be able to do that sometimes too. I do it almost all the time. So I will cut something real quick. But I'm trying not to be that person, because then you just rack up on fees. So when you get a nice like continuation move down and then something actually changes, and that's what I'd rather. That's how I usually do it. I wasn't doing that yesterday. I was doing something different. Um, got stopped out 3 times. So yay. What I'll usually do, so I'm not trading my own money when I get like that. And sometimes I get to where I'm like, I don't really care right now. And that's a hard place to be at. And you're trying to trade, because then you have to care. You get sloppy when you don't care. Um, I just drop a few dollars on a prop account, and then I just use that for my emotions, because I know exactly how much I'm going to lose, which is going to be far less than what I would lose with my own money. I would lose far less with my own money, but I would lose far less with my own money, because I know exactly how much I'm going to lose on a prop account, and that is whatever I pay for that evaluation. And I let that be my, you know, handle my emotions there, which is good for beginner traders, so you can get off of paper trading. Don't need to paper trade. People tell you to start out paper trading. No, just get you something like that, like breakout props, something like that. I don't really know too many other ones. I don't play around with. Yeah, because these prop accounts, they get paid off of you buying their valuations and stuff. But that one seems to be pretty pretty honest, and the valuation cost is low. It's on the low end, where some of them be like $10,000. I see the phone calls, $10,000 for an evaluation, honey. I can just trade my own money. I'm not doing that, but yeah, they seem to be pretty decent. So do something like that so you can trade and actually use some capital, or take dollar trades or something like that. You know, but you paper trading is you start losing money. When you losing actual money, um, it helps you manage your emotions. Paper trading, you'll sit there and you'll win paper trades, because really, I mean, I don't know. You'll win paper trades, and it'll feel different because it's a paper trade. And you put your own money in there, it's different. It is different. You put your money in there, and you see you taking a hit. I don't care if it's a stop loss. Um, it should be a stop loss, you know. But you don't calculate the fees or any of that stuff in there. Like when you paper trade it either. You don't calculate the fees from the exchanges, how much leverage you're using, which will also affect the amount that you pay on the fees. I know people tell you that the amount of leverage you use doesn't make a difference. It does. It affects where you stop, where you get stopped at, where you get hit at. If for some reason, let's just say something crazy happened in the market and the exchange didn't execute that stop, like it can run through your money. Okay, so it affects your where your stop loss would be at. It also changes the amount of money that you pay in the fees from the exchange because the more leverage you use with your capital, the fee goes up. I know on Blowfin it does. So if I'm doing like a 10x leverage on Blowfin, even with think like a limit, I may like pay like 75 cents maybe if I'm doing like a 20x. And it just depends on how much money you're putting in there too. Maybe about 20x, maybe about 120. Go 40x and be like 275, something like that. But depends on how much money you're putting in there too. So the amount of leverage that you use, it does change how much you actually pay in the fees as well, because the exchange takes all of that into account. So you can tell I'm not trading no $1 million or no high end. I'm not. No. I say that's where investing comes in when you have that kind of money. Unless you're crypto face or something like that, I just don't see myself taking chances with a whole bunch of money on some trades. I don't. But that's just me. Um, you saw how many people got burned trading with low leverage, and October 10th happened. Yeah, FAFO. I like the chop. So that means that we might have some interest in here. At least we're slowing down. You see right here, before we were taking out all of these lows with closures. So I'm looking at how before we were taking out all of these lows with closures through here. And then we got to where we stopped doing it. So selling momentum is starting to slow down in here. Then we just need buyers to step in. We need buyers to step in. Like over here, you got that closure above. You barely got it there, but you got it. Buyer stepped in, and then we can see where it starts to fade. Started to fade a little bit in here because we were hitting some resistance in here. Once it got past that resistance in here, you can see that we continued that up into here. start to fade out again. So something to watch for. And then up here, definitely faded out through here. And then we started getting the sell off. The only thing is we're still not seeing it in here just yet. But we could, we can see something happening off of price action. We don't see anything here off the indicator just yet. What I'll do sometimes when I can spot it, like right in here, sell, strong selling, see how it started to fade right here, but it didn't take out the high of this candle right here. So no engulfing right there. Nothing about this candle suggests to get in, but you see how we did the RSI right there. Sometimes I will do something like that on it. Oh, instead of doing this right here, where I'm looking for some sort of a break across here. Let me put it on this one right here because that just seems to work out better. So instead of waiting on that, which you can see, this break comes in right here off of this candle, exactly how you see it, like that. So up above this this 40. Sometimes if I can spot something like this right here, then I can do it off of that break right there and grab the first candle. If I can spot something like that. And that puts you in, 1-2 candles ahead of this one right here coming through. Because it's just like I treat it like it's a candlestick break or engulfing, something like that. So this hasn't really done it enough that where I think it would get a pivot like that. It hasn't done it enough, and this candle is still going, so I couldn't use this right now just to try to catch something early. So in this case right here, unless it starts to look different, I would be waiting for momentum to start to shift in here up above 40, coming into some relative strength or neutral, out of weakness, at least out of weakness. As I can see the stalling. So the bear dips off of that 5-minute. Just keep looking at it. You can see right here, like 5-minute isn't even pushing in here just yet. It's still sitting down here. And you can see what it's rising through here and we're dropping through here. So we're putting in the bear dips right now. too much stuff to look at, to be honest with you. I think I had this on the 12 instead of the 15, which is just a few minutes. That's a few minutes faster. Yeah, just a few minutes faster. This might, I already put in a little small position size on this. I kept it friendly because I know I'm jumping the gun. I'm so jumping the gun. But it's small enough that I won't notice it. Because we're still in, yeah, everything is just showing that we're still in the bearish control zone. With the exception of that little hopium it did give in here as we started to go a little bit sideways in here. It's ridiculous how bearish we are. Good Lord. Ooh, market open. Okay. Explains a lot too. So, market open. Gap down, but we already saw that pre-market. It was all below here. That hit about 650. Yeah, 650 there. This is dropping down to the level that I said that we probably come back into right here. See how it's tapping it and reacting off of it. I would like to get it in here a little bit more. I'm not going to touch it just yet. I'm going to allow it to come back in here and do so. Maybe even if I could get it down here, that would be great for an entry down here on 249. If the market would allow that, that was that's a nice move. Maybe it just bounces from here. I don't know, but it's somewhere in here. I'm not touching it just yet. That was Google. It was looking good. All right. So it looks like I'm going to end up closing out my position right here on Netflix. I'm not going to ride through the pain. I just have to take a little L off of this one right here. I should have closed it out yesterday before market closed off of BTCC because once 4 o'clock hits, you can't touch it. And I just got to where I can touch it, and so I'm already in the red now. Gold we could already see. All right, NVIDIA, yeah, 202. Feel that gap bounce right now. I'm gonna take this away. Look back at this in a bit. And then jump back over here on Bitcoin. But that's all right. So now that the market is open, we look terrible. We look terrible. We look terrible. This was our it. This was our it. This is a bullish order block right here. But like I said, this golden pocket is everything. It's everything. So dang. Dang. I'm gonna chill with you for a minute for this last little bit right here, because it's not good. It's not good. Yeah, not good. So we're back in oversold on the 4-hour time frame, which basically just means it's just strong selling pressure. So don't look at oversold as it has to bounce or anything like that, because it doesn't. That's where you really want to be holding your shorts at when it stays down here like that. You really want to be holding those shorts when it stays like this, because it's just continuation, at least until that momentum shifts and it comes out of relative weakness and starts to push into neutral. So that's what that means. Same thing goes for if, prices all up here in the sky and, you're thinking it's overbought, it's going to come down. No, it's strong. It's strong. So it's called RSI. It's called Relative Strength Index, not relative oversold and relative overbought. It's called relative strength. So when it's up there like that, above 70, that's where you want to be holding. You'll see the chart continue to push higher. And it'll start squeezing. So you'll start seeing what appears to be bear divs off the top of the RSI. But when you really inspect, you have hidden bullish divergence, which keeps squeezing the price up higher, higher, higher. Same thing with down here. You'll start to see the bullish divergence on it, but if you just really pay attention, you see the bear divs. So it's squeezing price lower, 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 lower when you get down into here. So that's how that plays out. It's not a signal to go long just because it's over. So it's not a signal to short because it's overbought. None of that. Sadness. Just pure sadness. This never fell out. I'd like to see this fall out. That little white line right there. You don't see it right now, so yeah, it hasn't fallen out of there. You know, these bears are testing me. All last year, I think like all last year, that was all I wanted to do was short. This year, all I want to do is long. Bears are winning. Bears are definitely winning. Check back over here on liquidation heat map here. That 4 hours is going to take a while. Even with all the signs. The 4 hours is going to take a while. So they took that liquidity right there, which is gravy, but no quick reaction right here. So that's telling me nothing. No reaction right here, which is why I brought this down and set it in here to see if we would get a quick wick off of this right here. And if it came into here, it must be a wick, is what I have highlighted in here. If I was thinking we would get a quick wick off of that, we're not into this bullish order block right here. Solana broke below that 190, and it is testing the low of this rising channel at the moment with a very slight reaction off of it here, as we can see. If it drops below that, I know I was looking right here to see if it would drop that. I'm really interested if it comes down into this 173, something like that. For Sol, I put in some blocks in here, but I do have like I'm gonna change that. My weeklies, yeah, my weekly levels in here. So 170 something without taking out this low right here, but maybe it does and it hits our 164 because it can wick over that. It can wick over this moving average right here. It can wick over that, which is sitting at 173. So this is our 164. I wouldn't expect for it to do any more than that. It had not so far. It's been holding up pretty well in there. So for now, that's what I'll be looking at for Solana once it does. Once it does stop holding here, because all of that top moving average was in confluence with the weekly high. And then this one, if it breaks below it a little bit, then it would just catch it off of the weekly low in here. Let's see if that happens with Sol. That's a 200 right there. Purple here on the daily. Good Lord. Might get nasty. This might get nasty. I think that was down in here, was it not? Yeah, that was down in here. I'm not saying that that's about to happen, but it don't hurt to be below the 200. Like when was it could do that and come below it. And it's not pretty when it does. At 50%, 22%. He didn't do that much right there. Maybe 24. Maybe a good time to risk it. Risk it for the biscuit right here. Risk it for the biscuit right here. Slap straight long. Straight long right there. Hold on, why am I doing that? This is my weekly chart. And if you come back towards it before week close, get out. Get out at that point. Ethereum. I don't know how many times we can bounce from this level. We'll try it again. Don't make it. Maybe the Binance low is the thing. This Coinbase low right here, though. I have to look at what Binance low is. This was a new level, which is why it's dashed out. I think I explained that about a week or two ago. Here, so see if it's happening. I'm gonna do something right here. If I need to, I will. Let's see. Market just looks trashy. I shouldn't even bother with it because Bitcoin is not looking good. And I am about to get out of here. I mean, if for any reason price breaks below this 105, I'm not going to. But it recovers back above this weekly level. So let's just say we come down in here and we're doing something, like that. And then we manage to get back in here. And then possible 207. Probably won't be this one exactly. It might be this high right here. So any shorts that are in here, let's just say those shorts right in here get taken out. Right here. I can push this up a little. I can push this up a lot more in here, but let's just say that those shorts right there get taken out. That could be the case right there. I don't like anything below here, but I mean, it could happen. Because there's some stuff on the other time frames that, like I said, price can get all the way down into here, and it will be looked at as a weak low if it does that. Because the 4 hour, while I'm seeing some subtle signs for it, it still hasn't. It's not quite prepared just yet, but I do see some subtle signs for it to get a bounce. I really like this in here around the golden pocket. Outside of that, I don't really care for it, but I'm saying like, that's something that you could look for. I would love for this to play out right here. But if it gets over here and just forget about it, because this could be what we're doing right here. If we're not managing to hold what we're looking at in here right now. I'm feeling that. I don't care. And this is how I get wrecked. Say I don't care, but a little small position size, and this isn't even closed, so we can, this is me just taking a chance with that RSI flipping up this line. That's just me taking a chance right now, hoping, hey, will you do this again? And it might not. It might not do that. And I can be sitting down here bleeding like that. This candle's still live though. So I like the change of behavior. I like that, but getting back up into here would be really great for your patience, okay? For your patience. Anyway, I took it. And with that said, I need to get out of here. There's if I see something that just looks staggering bad, besides what I said in here, then I will post on it. A jump long, this bullish order block with the potential for this to work out, may not, but I'm risking it for the biscuit, okay? And once I get into profit, I lock some in quickly, and then I will, you know, it give the rest back to the market. Otherwise, I'm taking an L, and I'll share that L with you tomorrow. All right, not looking too good right now, though. Not looking too good. 3 minutes, and we're still sitting below this golden pocket. Getting a ton of alerts going off. What's happening? I need to go pick up my parcel. I don't know what this other stuff is about. And I need to make sure I'm not losing money over here on oh, we bounced. We bounced back. I was just saying I need to go check on the Netflix. But okay. We bounced back. Thank you, Nettie. Thank you, Nettie. Gold trying to bounce back up a little bit right in there too. Nvidia bounced back off of that gap fill. Ooh, that probably was the place. It's getting a little bit of rejection right now. Trying to get a little bit of rejection off the top side of dynamic cloud. Before I go. It did bounce off of that. We saw that part right there where it got that little bit of a bounce right there off of that gap fill. Now it's trying to get above this right here, above the dynamic cloud right here. See if that breaks, and if that goes, that's cool. Meta trying to crawl its way back up in here. I'm still gonna be waiting to see if I can't get Meta down here. I love that. So see, look, sure enough, we started to bounce away from just top side of this box right here. So it may not be ready to come back in there, but I know somewhere around this top down to here is going to be a good place. If I can get it here, then I get in. But this is a huge huge fall from grace after nice earnings right there. And yeah, we came back up. Yay, we came back up. All right. But not bidding. Not bidding. All right, sit in your hands and wait for that momentum to shift. Or, do that. Or I don't know. I don't have the financial advice. I just know that that was it. That was it. 1 hour just open. We open below this golden pocket. I have no hope right here, right now. So I'm just going to call it a day. Love you. And